Here.
All right, and I know Councilmember Nguyen was on, so with that, Madam Clerk, if you are ready, we can get started.
Councilmember Nguyen. Here. Councilmember Brissette.
I'm here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Giselson Palmer. Councilmember Banks.
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Good morning, I'm here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning to all of you. This is the January 28th full council meeting, and we are continuing to operate safely because of the COVID pandemic. And so we are conducting this meeting online via Zoom. We, of course, invite the public to join us, and this can also be viewed on television as well. I want to mention to everyone watching that you can submit comment for any of the agenda items if you go to our website, which is council.nola.gov. And so the way that the run of show really is going to go this way. We've already done a roll call establishing our quorum. And I will soon ask Ms. Teresa Beecher to read the agenda in its entirety. We will then take a recess to allow for additional public comment on any of the agenda items. And that's when you can go to council.nola.gov to submit public comment. So with that, Ms. Beecher, I will turn it over to you for the reading of the agenda.
The regular meeting of the City Council for Thursday, January 28th, 2021. Page 2, special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. All items have been electronically submitted. 1. Communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, submitting the recommended agenda items for deferral for the January 28th, 2021 regular council meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Page 3, item 2, communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utility Regulatory Office, submitting the transmittal document for communications related to electric and gas utility matters to be received by the Council of the City of New Orleans at its meeting on January 28th, 2021. Communications submitted by Entergy New Orleans, LLC, ENO. Notice and summary of ENO's semi-annual true-up of the rate adjustment shown in Attachment A to the Securitized Storm Cost Recovery Rider, SSCR, and January 15th report on the City Council CARES program submitted pursuant to R2380. Number 3, communication from Justin B. Schmidt, partner, Brazil Saxon Wilson, LLP, attorneys at law, requesting a conditional use extension to ordinance number 27975 MCS for McDonald's Restaurant, the property located at 3309, 3321 St. Charles Avenue, zoning docket 10718. Suggested hearing date set for 2/25/21. 4, communication from Taylor J. Casey, Executive Director, New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor, NYHMC, submitting the 2020 board member attendance report for the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation, MYHMC. Page 4, number 5, communication from Ray Wood, Attorney, Secretary of State, State of Louisiana, advising the governing authority, the New Orleans City Council, that they have 30 days on or before February 10th, 2021, to make an appointment to fill the office of Councilmember at Large, Division 2, City of New Orleans, and alerting that after an appointment, the Clerk of Council is to submit certified minutes of the meeting or a certified resolution to the Secretary of State. Number 6, communication from Michelle D. Allen Hart, General Counsel and Deputy Director of Aviation Legal Affairs, New Orleans Aviation Board, submitting the 2020 board member attendance report for the New Orleans Aviation Board, NOAB. Page 5, number 7, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, submitting a report detailing an appeal of the Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission of denial of an application to replace existing steel windows with new aluminum storefront windows on landmark building for property located at 4176 Canal Street. The suggested hearing date is set for today's meeting. Number 8, report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission, submitting zoning dockets 0121, Councilmember Banks, 0221, Councilmember Banks, zoning docket 0421, all council members / Councilmember Banks, zoning docket 0521, Councilmember Banks, zoning docket 0621, Councilmember Giselson Palmer, zoning docket 0721, Councilmember Banks, council deadline being 3/29/21. Also property disposition 0320, report provided for informational purposes only, Councilmember Banks, and property disposition 0420, report provided for informational purposes only, Councilmember Nguyen. Suggested hearing date set for 2/11/21. Page 6, number 9, resolution lying over, number R2117 by Councilmember Giselson Palmer. A resolution calling for city action to preserve and grow the city's tree canopy. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 10, motion number M2128 by Councilmember Banks by request, confirming the mayor's reappointment of Ann Red, initial term ending June 30th, 2019, representing the Garden District Historic District as a member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission for a term ending on June 30th, 2023. The questionnaire has been received and Governmental Affairs recommended approval. Number 11, motion number M2129 by Councilmember Brossette by request, confirming the mayor's appointment of Damon Burns, Vice William H. Hines, initial term ending June 30th, 2019, as a nominee of the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce as a member of the Downtown Development District for a term ending June 30th, 2024. Questionnaire was received and Governmental Affairs recommended approval. Page 7, number 12, motion number M2130 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request, confirming the mayor's reappointment of Gail Benson, initial term ending June 30th, 2020, as a member of the Audubon Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2026. Questionnaire received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 13, motion number M2131 by Councilmember Giselson Palmer, confirming the appointment of Heidi Redmond Rains, Vice Juliet Lachlan, as a member of the French Quarter Management District for a term ending on December 31st, 2024. Questionnaires received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Number 14, motion number M2132 by Councilmember Banks by request, confirming the mayor's reappointment of Jennifer Green, initial term ending June 30th, 2020, as an at-large member of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission for a term ending on June 30th, 2024. The questionnaire was received and Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Page 8, number 15, motion number M2133 by Councilmember Banks by request, confirming the mayor's reappointment of Sadat Spencer, initial term ending November 30th, 2019, as a member of the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority for a term ending on November 30th, 2024. The questionnaire was received and Governmental Affairs has recommended approval. Page 9, regular agenda. 1, HDLC appeal of Barry Scorino Martinez Architects, requesting. This item has been deferred to the meeting of 2/25/21, Number 2, legislative grouping. 2A, zoning docket number 8320, City Council motion number M2279, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to clarify and amend the definition and uses of dwelling established multifamily and dwelling established two-family, along with the following additional conditions. 1, distinguish these established uses from other non-conforming uses. And 2, create factors and requirements for the reestablishment of established multifamily and two-family dwellings. And 3, define if these established dwellings should be permitted by right in all residential zoning districts where multifamily use is currently prohibited or requires a conditional use. And 4, recommend whether conditional uses, overlays, or other standards should govern the redevelopment of established dwellings within residential areas of the city near institutional uses such as universities to ensure that the encroachment of student housing into surrounding neighborhoods does not diminish affordable housing stock. The motion also requests a consideration of the following factors for the reestablishment of previous multifamily dwellings in single two-family residential districts. 1, only properties with a documented legal history as two or multifamily dwelling, as verified by the Department of Safety and Permits, the qualifications of which shall be clarified and/or defined, shall be eligible. 2, reestablishment by right shall be limited to structures containing no more than 4 units. And 3, there shall be no increase of the footprint nor intensity of the structure. Any expansion of the use, such as the addition of bedrooms via substantial renovation or increases to the total floor area, shall remain a conditional use. And 4, if the history of the multifamily dwelling includes more than 4 units, a conditional use shall be required. And 5, no additional conversions that would increase the number of dwelling units from that which historically existed shall be permitted citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval, and this item is on deadline. 2B, motion number M2142 by Councilmembers Banks and Giarrusso. A motion approving zoning docket 8320 as modified by the Commission with the following additional amendments. 1, in Table 13.1 SLRS1 zoning district, provide that two-family established dwellings are both permitted and conditional uses in said zoning district. 2, amend subpart 4 in section 20.3.w to read as follows. Number 4, The structure may not expand beyond the existing building footprint nor increase the total floor area unless approved via a conditional use process. Structures with a proposed increase in building footprint must comply with the yard requirements according to the standards applied to the authorized residential use, permitting the greatest number of dwelling units in its respective zoning district, i.e., established multifamily dwellings shall be subject to the two-family dwelling yard requirements. Page 12, number 3, add a new subpart 7 in section 20.3.w to read as follows. Number 7, the Department of Safety and Permits shall make public all determinations regarding established multifamily and two-family dwellings within 5 days of final determination. A 1 o'clock time has been set for this item. Page 13, number 3, legislative grouping. Zoning docket number 9320, City Council Motion M2360. Requesting a text amendment to amend the definition of tattoo parlor and consider modifying the definition of personal services establishment, removing tattoo parlor as a separate use if necessary, or should staff find tattoo parlor should remain as a separate use from personal service establishment category, consider adding the use to permitted and conditional use tables in appropriate districts. Staff should also review other references to tattoo parlors in the CZO, specifically in Article 18, overlay zoning districts, and make recommendations based on consistency citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. 3B, motion number M2143 by Councilmember Banks, a motion approving the text amendment as modified by the City Planning Commission as provided in zoning docket 9320. Page 14, number 4, legislative grouping. 4A, zoning docket number 9420, St. Paul the Apostle Roman Catholic Church, requesting a zoning change from an SRD suburban two-family residential district to a C1 general commercial district on Square 3, lots 3, 4, and Part 8 or 8, Rosdale, in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Chef-Mentor Highway, Brutus Street, and American Street. Municipal addresses 6820 through 6828 Chef-Mentor Highway and 6809 Brutus Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. 4B, motion number M2136 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion approving the zoning change recommended by the City Planning Commission as provided in zoning docket 9420. Page 15, number 5, legislative grouping. Zoning docket number 9520, AGA Development Partners LLC. Requesting a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on Square 131, Lot 10, in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Thayer Street, Slidell Street, Opelousas Avenue, and LaBeouf Street. Municipal address 738 through 740 Thayer Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 5 provisos. 5B, motion number M2141 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer, a motion approving the conditional use recommended by the City Planning Commission, subject to the 5 provisos provided in zoning docket 9520. Page 16, number 6, legislative grouping. 6A, zoning docket number 9620, Trinell Suarez and Tamika Suarez, requesting a conditional use to permit a bar in an HMC2 historic Marigny-Tremé Bywater Commercial District, an AC4 Arts and Cultural Diversity Overlay District, and an EC Enhancement Corridor Design Overlay District on Square 632, Lot 1 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Claiborne Avenue, LaHart Street, St. Bernard Avenue, and North Robertson Street. Municipal address 1544 North Claiborne Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. 6B, motion number M2147 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer, a motion approving the conditional use recommended by the City Planning Commission, subject to 4 provisos provided in zoning docket 9620. Page 17, number 7, calendar number 33,147 by Councilmembers Williams and Gustafson Palmer. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 2/11/21. Number 8, calendar number 33,155 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. A deferral, this has been referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee and deferred to 2/11. Deferral has been requested to 2/11, Page 18, number 9, calendar number 33,156 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. This has been referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee, and a deferral has been requested to the meeting of 2/11/21. Number 10, calendar number 33,200 by Councilmembers Banks, Brossett, and Nguyen by request. The Community Development Committee has recommended approval, but a deferral has been requested for this item to the meeting of 2/11/21. Page 19, number 11, calendar number 33,205 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2021 to establish a budget for property management in the Cemetery Maintenance and Repair Fund towards the operation, maintenance, repair, and or improvement of city-owned cemeteries and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A request to defer this item has been received and referred to budget for the meeting of 2/11. Number 12, calendar number 33,206 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS is amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to establish a budget for property management in the cemetery maintenance and repair fund towards the operation, maintenance, repair, and or improvement of city-owned cemeteries and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter has been referred to the Budget Committee and requested to be deferred to 11. Page 20, number 13, calendar number 33,207 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate grant funds awarded by the LA Department of Culture, Recreation, and Tourism and the National Park Service to the Department of Property Management towards the completion of a collaborative ethnography pilot project focused on historic Holt Cemetery and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item has been referred to the Budget Committee and requested to be deferred to the meeting of 2/11. Number 14, calendar number 33,208 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS is amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate grant funds awarded by the Louisiana Department of Culture, Recreation, and Tourism and the National Park Service to the Department of Property Management towards the completion of a collaborative ethnography pilot project focused on historic Holt Cemetery and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This matter has been referred to the Budget Committee and requested to be deferred to the meeting of 2/11. Number 15, calendar number 33,209 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS is amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement grant funds towards the Administration of Victims of Crime Act, VOCA, grant funds and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This request has been referred to the Budget Committee and requested to be deferred to the meeting of 2/11. Number 16, calendar number 33,210 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS is amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement grant funds towards the Administration of Victims of Crime Act, VOCA, grant funds and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item has been referred to the Budget Committee and requested to be deferred to the meeting of 2/11. Page 22, number 17, calendar number 33,211 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate grant funds awarded by J.P. Morgan Chase & Co. through an agreement with the New Orleans Business Alliance towards the economic development of the water management industry cluster in New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This has been referred to the Budget Committee and a request to defer the matter to the 2/11 meeting. Number 18, calendar number 33,212 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate grant funds awarded by J.P. Morgan Chase & Co. through an agreement with the New Orleans Business Alliance towards the economic development of the water managed industry cluster in New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item has also been referred to the Budget Committee and requested to be deferred to the meeting of 2/11. Page 23, number 19, 19A, calendar number 33,219 by Councilmember Giselson Palmer by request. An ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of the city of New Orleans as a temporary clean zone during the time period between 6 a.m. Monday, September 27th, 2021, and ending 6 p.m. Monday, October 4th, 2021, relative to the use of these public areas in conjunction with the 2021 French Quarter Festival, FQF, and during the time period of 6 a.m. Monday, July 26th, 2021, and ending 6 p.m. Monday, August 2nd, 2021, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2021 Satchmo Fest, SFF, and related activities, and events produced by the French Quarter Festivals Incorporated, FQFI, to provide for the temporary prohibition of certain permits within the clean zone areas, to provide for the temporary prohibition of transactions of certain businesses and or commercial activity in the clean zone areas, to provide for the establishment of one or more public participation areas, to provide for the establishment of fines and penalties for violations of this ordinance, to establish the clean zone as 1, the area within the French Quarter as defined in section 166.2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, and 2, the area generally bounded by the east bank of the Mississippi River, Orange Street, Chapatoula Street, Calliope Street, Rampart Street, and Elysian Fields Avenue, including Woldenberg Riverfront Park, Spanish Plaza, Louis Armstrong Park, Crescent Park, the Louisiana State Museum, New Orleans Jazz Museum at the Mint, and the airspace above the specified boundaries, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. On page 24, 19B, we have an amendment to calendar number 33,219 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. An amendment to expand the exemption for the historic Faubourg Treme Association and its Treme Fall Festival from the French Quarter Fest clean zone from October 2nd, 2021 to October 1st, 2021 through October 3rd, 2021. Number 20, legislative grouping 20A, calendar number 33,225 by council members Wynn and Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain Chapter 70, Article 4, Division 2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans in its entirety to rename, restructure, and simplify the city's disadvantaged business enterprise program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An amendment 20B to calendar number 33,225 by Councilmember Wynn, an amendment to require that DBE subcontractors perform at least 51% of the subcontracted work with their own forces. This item will be heard at 12:15. Page 25, item 21, calendar number 33,227 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans City and the Lake Vista Crime Prevention District, LVCPD, relative to LVCPD's installation and maintenance of video surveillance cameras on city-owned light poles surrounding and within the Lake Vista neighborhood, to extend the terms of the cooperative endeavor agreement for an additional 5 years as more fully set forth in amendment number 1 to said cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 22, motion lying over number M2326 by Councilmember Giarrusso. This has been referred to the Quality Life Committee, and a deferral has been requested at the meeting of 2/11/21. Page 26, number 23. Resolution number R2126 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request, a resolution approving the issuance of not exceeding $200 million of City of New Orleans water revenue refunding bonds. Number 24, resolution number R2127 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request, a resolution approving the 6th supplemental sewage service revenue bond resolution in connection with the issuance of not exceeding $215 million of taxable sewage service revenue refunding bonds of the City of New Orleans, Louisiana, approving the form, term, security, and manner of execution thereof, and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing. Number 25, motion number M2134 by Councilmembers Moreno, Giarrusso, Banks, and Brossette. A motion authorizing the President of the Council to sign a contract with GDS Associates Incorporated to serve as a demand-side management consultant. Page 27, number 26, motion number M2135 by Councilmembers Moreno, Giarrusso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, Brossette, and Nguyen. To permanently relocate the official polling places for Ward Precincts 204, 944A, 1514G, 1702, 1703, 1704, 1705, 1706, 1707 to the sites designated and currently being used as alternate polling locations pursuant to the city's COVID-19 emergency election plan. Number 27, resolution number R2137 by Councilmembers Moreno, Giarrusso, Banks, and Brossette. A resolution providing parties 30 days from the adoption of this resolution to submit comments in response to the Alliance for Affordable Energy and Sierra Club's motion to institute prudence review to examine costs associated with the design and construction of the New Orleans Power Station, UD 1807. Number 28, resolution number R2138 by Councilmembers Moreno, Giarrusso, Banks, and Brossette. A resolution approving ENO's implementation plan as supplemented and revised for the Community Solar Program, UD 1803. Page 28, number 29. Motion number M2139 by Councilmembers Moreno, Giarrusso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, and Wynn. A motion to select and appoint Carrie Grant to fill the vacancy in the Councilmember at-Large Division 2 office. We have received a request to withdraw this item. Number 30, motion number M2140 by Councilmembers Moreno, Giarrusso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, Brossette, and Wynn. A motion to select and appoint Donna Glapion to fill a vacancy in the Councilmember at-Large Division 2 office. This item will be considered after item 33. Number 31, resolution number R2144 by Councilmembers Wynn and Banks. A resolution to encourage members of the media to use specificity when referring to incidents or crime in the city rather than blanket terminology that results in unjust stigmas in general areas. Page 29, number 32, resolution number R2145 by Councilmember Banks. A resolution commending and recognizing the work and efforts of the crew of Red Beans to bring Mardi Gras 2021 to the city of New Orleans in a safe and memorable way. We have received a request to defer this item to the meeting of 2/11. Number 33, resolution number R2146 by Councilmember Banks. A resolution recognizing and thanking artist and designer Caroline Thomas for her idea, Crew of House Floats, to safely celebrate Mardi Gras 2021. We have received a request to defer this item to the meeting of 2/11. Number 34, ordinances on first reading, and that is the complete agenda for January 28th.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Beecher. Before we go to our recess to take public comment, I know that Councilmember Giselson Palmer would like the floor with a proclamation.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Council President. I just want to take a little moment, and it's kind of very timely as the weather changed once again. I want to recognize a young Algiers resident who's organized a blanket drive for the homeless shelters in our city. Her name's Morgan Bennett, and she's an 11th grader at Ursuline Academy. And hopefully she's listening this morning. Hello, good morning. And due to COVID, she has class assignments, but no virtual or in-person classes today. So it really warms my heart, I'm sure all of you on the council, to see that our young people are out volunteering their time to impact their communities, which is why we have a proclamation for Morgan, recognizing her for her organizing a blanket drive and actively recruiting her peers to help participate. So far, y'all, she's received donations of 25 blankets and her goal is 50. Y'all can also go to Joanne Fabrics and purchase some very quickly and help her. And we promise to help spread the word. Council members, I hope y'all join us spreading the word for her and for everybody else so they can surpass their goal of 50 blankets. You can find more information how to donate either on my social media platform, but also email it to Morgan at mbenn22@ualions.org. So I just want to thank her and thank y'all for your support and allowing me 5 minutes to do this.
Hey, Councilmember Palmer, can you say that website one more time or the email? Sorry.
Okay, it's mbenn, BENN 22@ualions.org.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Palmer. All right, with that, let's go ahead and take a 30-minute recess. Paul, let me know when 30 minutes is up and we'll start the meeting again. Thank you.
We'll reconvene at 11:05.
Council members, it's now 11:05. Public comment is closed.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk, whenever you are ready, you can call the roll again. Make sure we're all here.
Roll call. Councilmember Wynn,
Present.
Councilmember Brissette,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Present.
Councilmember Banks,
Present.
Councilmember Jeruso.
I'm here.
We have 6 members. We have a quorum. The special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The consent agenda. Communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council. This should be marked received. On top of page 3. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council, Council Utilities, Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Justin B. Schmidt, Partner, Brazil, Sash, and Wilson, LLP, Attorneys at Law, 3309 through 3321 St. Charles Avenue, zoning docket 10718. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is February 25th. We have a communication from Taylor J. Casey, Executive Director, New Orleans Municipal Yacht. This should be marked received. On top of page 4, we have a communication from Ray Wood, Attorney, Secretary of State, State of Louisiana. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Michelle D. Allen Hart, General Counsel and Deputy Director of the Aviation Legal Affairs, New Orleans Aviation Board. This should be marked received. On top of page 5, we have the report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission's Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 4116 Canal Street. This should be marked received. The suggested hearing date is set for today's meeting. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is February the 11th. On top of page 6, we have a resolution line over R2117 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M2128 by Councilmember Banks by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M2129 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 7, motion M2130 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M2131 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M2132 by Councilmember Banks by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M2133 on top of page 8 by Councilmember Banks by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move adoption. Can I please get a second on the consent agenda?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Madam Clerk.
Oh, we have lots of comments.
Oh, I'm
We have-
sorry, public comment. My bad.
We're going to
Running.
have about 60 comments on the consent agenda. Let me
Okay,
get 'em up.
thank you, Teresa.
Okay, the first 2 comments are to consent item number 8. Jason Anderson. Hello, I hope you are all doing well and staying healthy. School zone safety. Add flashing yellow lights to each school zone. Drivers may not be aware of where each school is located, especially visitors. The signs can be hidden behind trees. Indicate which days, time school is in session. Lots haven't been concerned with school holidays in years, especially now with COVID. More noticeable than small sign font with school zone times. Thank you for your time, consideration, and important work you do for our city. Jason. Okay, Mr. Jason Anderson actually submitted another comment, but it's for the same item, and per the rules, you get one comment. The remainder of the comments are all on resolution number 9, the tree preservation. Okay. Zane Kaczynski. Enhancing the New Orleans canopy of trees will enhance the urban landscape, provide an important natural cooling effect, and help mitigate the effects of heavy rains in the streets. It should be seen as an important and necessary factor in the rebuilding of our city. James Fox. I fully support the efforts of resolution number R2117. Soul has done truly impactful work in my community free of charge by planting native trees to make our city more livable for generations to come. Let's count the trees we have to better inform our future efforts. Chris Freeman. I fully support preserving the city's tree canopy through conducting a citywide comprehensive tree inventory that will inform the creation of an urban forest master plan. Andres Merkel. Turn from a side street devoid of trees onto Upper Bienville, Ursuline, Britannia, Esplanade, Gentilly, or any of the other storied canopied streets in New Orleans. Everything changes. The feel is suddenly luxurious and verdant. The temperature drops by 10 degrees. The street corners invite people to linger and chat. Those trees started their lives as young trees. They were planted because folks knew that an urban canopy is by far the most cost-effective way to transform a neighborhood, and much of the benefits are hidden from the quick drive-by glance: flood control, fresh air, lower utility bills, etc. The city of New Orleans and its not-for-profit partners want to reestablish this canopy throughout New Orleans, and especially in places that were detonated by Katrina and remained so ever since. This can't be done one tree at a time. It has to be based on a comprehensive sense of where we are, where our priorities should be, and how we get there. This is why we need a complete citywide tree inventory and a comprehensive plan to reestablish New Orleans as a quintessential great shaded southern city, with an emphasis on those neighborhoods that have been underserved far too long. The Board of Soul NOLA urges you to support this resolution to allow us to partner with the city. We have raised the funds to underwrite the tree inventory and the urban forest master plan, and thus it will come at no cost to the city. With the city's support of this resolution and the signing of an MOU recognizing our partnership, we look forward to working with the community and our nonprofit and city partners in reforesting our city, using the master plan as a guided document. Thank you for your support. Emily Stever. Hello, Council. I am writing in support of resolution number R2117 to continue to grow and inventory the city's tree canopy. In a city such as ours, facing incredible threats from ongoing climate change and soil subsidence, a vibrant tree canopy greatly benefits the city and our region. In addition, as our world continues to warm, the temperature difference between neighborhoods with tree canopies and without can be up to 9 degrees Fahrenheit, often meaning that low-income neighborhoods lack not only the beauty and protection from the subsidence that trees offer, but also experience hotter temperatures, leading to higher bills and increased health risks for residents of those communities. I urge you to partner with Soul, sustaining our urban landscape and creating the tree inventory. Soul has been working towards reforesting the city for years and already has an inventory of trees that they've planted since 2016. They make trees available to residents throughout the city and focus their plantings on low-income neighborhoods and neighborhoods prone to flooding. They have a robust volunteer base and would be a great partner in this tree inventory effort. I encourage you to sign an MOU with Soul, as they will be a competent and efficient partner in this endeavor. Truly, Emily Stever. Brian Tome. Trees provide shade, temperature regulation, erosion control, wildlife shelter, pollution reduction, oxygen, beauty, and an increase in property values. If trees provide all of these services, then there is no reason why the government and citizens should not consider them as valuable of an asset and a long-term investment, Jessica Viva. The beauty and charm of New Orleans is encapsulated in its people, culture, beautiful homes, and perfectly tree-lined streets. Trees can rejuvenate interest in failing neighborhoods and bring joy to all of those who have the pleasure of seeing them. As an expatriate of New York City, I have personally seen the negative effects of deforestation within cities. Removal of trees lead to reduction in property values for homeowners that have the potential to create an empty wasteland. Think back to every dystopian film you've ever seen and ask yourselves, are there trees in those films? Leah Foster. Trees are integral to our community's health, resilience, environment, property values, and livability. I support SOL in creating the comprehensive tree inventory. SOL will be a great partner to the city in writing an urban forest master plan. I am asking the city to sign an MOU acknowledging their support. Eugene Green, Jr. It is very good news that the city of New Orleans is, that the New Orleans City Council is considering moving forward on the development of a comprehensive tree inventory in our city. Mature trees, which provide shade, stability, and beauty to our communities, enhance property values, and provide scenes that encourage outdoor exercise. All trees of all sizes help to improve life in our city and on Earth. They give us the oxygen we breathe in and hold the carbon dioxide that we exhale. Trees provide habitats, sometimes permanent, for birds and other wildlife. Maybe most important to New Orleans, trees can help protect New Orleans from flooding. Trees can absorb up to hundreds of gallons of stormwater per day and then release the stored moisture back into the atmosphere. I serve as a member of the board of directors of Sustain Our Urban Landscape, SOL, which is spearheading the development of the city's tree inventory, and which has already made a positive impact on our city by planting hundreds of trees in many neighborhoods. Development of such an inventory will have a tremendous, positive, permanent impact on the quality of life in our communities and city. It will be great to have the city and SOL, NOLA, working together on this most important project, the development of an urban forest master plan. Eugene Green, President, National Real Estate Corporation, member, Board of Directors, SOL. John Guarnini. On behalf of the Bywater Neighborhood Association, we proudly support the proposed resolution in recognition of the effort of SOL's partnership in writing an urban forest master plan. Through their tireless efforts and partnership with neighborhood associations across the city, we can and will make a significant impact on the re-greening of New Orleans. Their mission plays a crucial role in the important improvement of the health and environment of our city. This daunting task is not simply a matter of planting trees, but rather a process of educating residents as to how important this is and how each and every one of us can make a difference through our actions. What better way to inspire all residents to participate than to start with our local government setting an example? Equally as important, it will set an example for other like-minded organizations and show the entire nation that New Orleans is amongst the cities joining with the common goal of protecting our future generations to come. We look forward to our continued participation with SOL and its efforts in the re-greening of New Orleans. Please pass this resolution. Toy Carter. Dear council members, I am commenting in support of the City of New Orleans signing an MOU for support of an inventory and master plan for reforesting our city. The climate crisis is beyond real, but nature does have an abundance to offer us to address this crisis. Trees are one of the most economical and longest serving of nature's resources. In my opinion, and the opinion of many, that we do not have a choice when it comes to the decisions about how to mitigate for the worst effects of the crisis we now face. Reforesting our city is not a choice, it is a must. Among many measures we must be taking to draw down carbon and cut carbon emissions as a city, but also at every level of societal organization. The issue is particularly poignant for us as we in New Orleans are facing some of the immediate effects of the climate crisis right now. Aside from this very practical long-term necessity, reforesting our city, I think, will contribute in the short term to the beauty of our home, as the living oaks along our major thoroughfares attest. They will clean the air and cool the air and provide home for the natural biodiversity of our region that we are rapidly losing. And they will give our children spaces to play and shelter under for generations to come. The tree survey and inventory is a necessary aspect of this shorter term goal of reforestry. All New Orleanian communities across race and class should enjoy the benefit of cleaner air, stormwater mitigation, and cooling shade. SOL NOLA has shown a commitment to working in all of New Orleans communities and are well suited to be a partner in the city writing of an urban forest master plan. The City of New Orleans has an opportunity in signing a MOU acknowledging your support of the survey, inventory, and urban forest master plan to leave a legacy in fighting against climate injustice and environmental racism, and to beautify our city and to fortify it against the climate crisis.
That is 2 minutes.
Thank you. Karen Grieger Eustace. Soul is a lean, cost-effective nonprofit with proven results. Soul has a clear focus on its mission and record in achieving goals. Lord have mercy. Soul has a clear focus on its mission and record in achieving goals of reforesting the city. They do a lot with a little. Trees are vital to our soil, permeability, flooding abatement, health, shade, beauty, and quality of life. And Soul is the right local organization to work with the city's plans for trees. Kelly Martin. This is so important for the long-term survivability and desirability of our city. I hope it doesn't fizzle out because of short-term thinking. David Monroe. I am thrilled to have the opportunity to support the work of Soul. I urge the council and the city to join with Soul in understanding and embracing the importance of our urban canopy. Trees are so important to our psyche, our comfort, and our love of the city. Drive down 2 blocks with similar housing stock, one with trees, one without. Then ask yourself which block is more welcoming. The one with the trees will win every time. As a property owner, I appreciate the commitment of Soul to environmentally improve our quality of life. Sincerely, David Monroe. Jeffrey Supak. We at WaterWise are in favor of a community-driven urban forest plan. Our organization would like to see more community engagement around the benefits of trees and how community groups can play a lead role in expanding the urban tree canopy. Benjamin Phillips. I'd like to go on record in support of the organization Soul in helping manage our urban forest. They've already put a lot of work into finding the bare spots and putting trees in them. So I trust them to know what still needs doing and making sure it gets done right. Trees are crucial to flood management, and they look great too. James O'Brien. It is vital that New Orleans move to inventory and protect our existing tree canopy and to continue to plant more trees every year. After Hurricane Katrina, New Orleans became one of the most deforested cities in the nation, and it is vital that we do not lose any more of our mature trees because of neglect or detrimental actions. Trees add beauty and add to the personal health of residents. Trees improve air quality, provide shade, and most important in New Orleans, they help mitigate stormwater runoff and street flooding. City trees increase property values and provide economic stability to a neighborhood. An examination of the neighborhoods with the most trees will always be neighborhoods that are stable, healthy, and safe. Drivers are less likely to speed down a tree-lined street, making them safer and less noisy. New Orleans must join the ranks of other vibrant cities and have a tree inventory. Andrew LeGrand. Yay for trees! Tim McLean. I encourage the City Council to sign and approve the Memorandum of Understanding to support Soul and its partners to conduct a citywide tree inventory and create an urban reforestation master plan. Soul has already successfully coordinated volunteer efforts to plant thousands of trees throughout the city and is well positioned to manage the inventory to use the results for creating a suitable plan for continued plantings. Soul, its partners and volunteers, and I understand the value of presence of trees in the urban landscape. Trees capture carbon, they soak up excess water and mitigate flooding. They provide shade, they help lower ambient temperatures, and they have aesthetic benefits that can increase property values and instill a sense of peace and calm in residents. Please allow Soul to conduct the survey and assess the needs of the city so as to repopulate New Orleans with native and water-loving trees. Sean Loft. I support the adoption of Resolution R2117 on the grounds that maintaining and preserving an urban forest promotes health and well-being of the citizens of New Orleans and the surrounding region. The presence of trees in the urban environment improves air quality, reduces stormwater runoff, creates quality public spaces, provides shade during the hot months, increases property values in neighborhoods, and enables flora and fauna to maintain their habitat, fostering better biodiversity. Equally important is that trees are among our best vehicles for sequestering carbon and reducing the effects of climate change. Patrick Armstrong. Good afternoon, council members. It is sure refreshing to submit a public comment in support of a city council agenda item and an initiative to conduct a tree inventory and get city support behind an urban forest master plan fits the bill. There are several great volunteer tree planting organizations in New Orleans, and I'm happy to have participated in Soul tree plantings over the years. Once I got my hands dirty planting new trees, I started to really notice how some neighborhoods have a vibrant tree canopy providing shade and relief from the summer heat, while other neighborhoods swelter in the sun without much greenery. Volunteerism can do a lot, but city support for managing and growing our urban tree canopy would really help address these disparities, which is especially important now after we've lost so many old trees during Hurricane Zeta. I hope you will support the resolution and work hand in hand with the organizations like Soul that have been doing this work for years. Thank you. Robert Middleberger. I have noticed the planting of trees throughout New Orleans by the nonprofit organization Soul. We can all be proud of the contribution this group has already made to our city. Soul saw the need to replace the damaged trees, as well as the need to add more trees to our community, and they set out to remedy the situation without costing the city or state government 1 cent. Now Soul is seeking support to have a complete tree inventory of the trees in our city. It seems to me that Soul sees the problem that they have already set out to mitigate, but wants to get a more complete understanding of the present need to replenish our devastated tree environment. Kudos to Soul for promoting this approach to the problem. Tony Laska. Honorable members of the City Council, I am confident that Soul is highly qualified to conduct a comprehensive tree inventory for the City of New Orleans and ask that you approve the subject MOU. The disparity of tree canopy between different neighborhoods in our city reflects the national historical inequity that persists today. Small, treeless lots near the river in Black Pearl housed the workers who maintained a comfortable quality of life for well-to-do families on larger lots on tree-lined streets closer to St. Charles Avenue. An increase in street trees will benefit all neighborhoods by buffering the runoff from intense rainstorms and mitigating the heat island effect, just 2 of many measurable benefits. Personally, I have volunteered in planting trees with Soul and am proud to endorse the leadership shown by Susanna Burley, who I've known and respected since her days with Parkway Partners when I led teams of volunteers to straighten street trees blown over by Hurricane Isaac. Susanna has brought the best of her experience to Soul. She and her team will be excellent partners to the city in writing its urban forest plan. Thank you for this opportunity to weigh in, Tony Laska. Jonathan Frazier. A canopy master plan is important for a number of reasons, including reducing urban heat island effect, water absorption, reduced runoff, ensuring trees are consciously planted and maintained to not negatively impact infrastructure such as roads, walkways, and public utilities, water, sewer, gas, and power lines. Separate from these items, the beautification trees provide brings places of enjoyment, relief from heat, a public gathering place for citizens. Trees also provide nesting grounds for the vast bird populations that not only reside here, but make vast trips across the Gulf of Mexico. The City of New Orleans partnering with Soul NOLA is a vital step to work with local, active, engaged citizens who understand and support developing a master plan. Not just to gather a current inventory, but to also ensure tree growth and management ensures our infrastructure is positively impacted by a growing canopy. Vanessa Cano. Trees are valuable to support clean air and provide essential relief from flooding. They are integral to our community's mental, physical health by providing green space for our communities and much needed shade in our hot summers. I support Soul in creating the comprehensive tree inventory. Soul will be a great partner to the city in writing an urban forest master plan. They have worked tirelessly in their mission to plant trees in urban New Orleans and will continue to do so. I am asking the city to sign an MOU acknowledging their support, resilience, environment, and livability. I support Soul in creating the comprehensive tree inventory. Soul will be a great partner to the city in writing an urban forest master plan, and I am asking the city to sign an MOU acknowledging their support. Simon Martheson. Trees are crucial important to our city. Trees are crucial important to our neighborhoods because they offer shade, beauty, and studies have shown that trees planted close to the road in the planting strip reduce vehicle speed. Sarah Rapace. Soul NOLA is doing a great thing for this city by creating this master tree plan. Trees are vital to New Orleans. They are effective in sucking up water during massive storm rains, cooling streets in the brutally hot summers, and providing oxygen for the environment. Besides being an environmentally good plan, trees provide a multitude of other great side effects. The University of Washington did a study that found that public housing residents that had trees and natural landscapes nearby reported 25% fewer acts of domestic aggression and violence. Public housing buildings with greater amounts of vegetation had 52% fewer total crimes, 48% fewer property crimes, and 56% fewer violent crimes than buildings with low amounts of vegetation. Trees are also known to naturally bring down the average speed of cars. The residents along St. Rock Avenue are dedicated to planting trees up and down the full stretch of North Claiborne and Robertson to help slow traffic on these dangerous highways. With the help of Sol, we could make this happen sooner rather than later. If we plant some fruit trees, the citizens of New Orleans can reap the bountiful benefits as well. Hannah Legion. I've been lucky enough to have trees from Sol planted at my home, and I deeply admire the critical work they are doing to restore our tree canopy. There are so many areas of the city bereft of trees, which do so much to alleviate the environmental woes New Orleanians face, providing cool shade from the relentless summer sun, cleaning our air, and drinking up floodwater. I urge you to support this work through an MOU with Sol to create a comprehensive tree inventory and an urban forest master plan. Alan Zackham. Contractors in our neighborhood have been removing beautiful, healthy trees from our neighborhood for no reason. Our neighborhood is already an urban heat island because many of the trees were wiped out during Katrina. It makes me sad that contractors would further damage our neighborhood by removing trees that are not interfering with their building. I think it is important for Sol to create an inventory of trees in New Orleans to determine which ones should be protected, which ones should be removed, and where more trees are needed. Kate Lacker. I strongly support the preservation of trees in our urban spaces. Trees have been proven to promote outdoor exercise and mental well-being. They also offset emissions and increase neighborhood property values. Jill Champagne. I support resolution number R2117 that would work towards growing and preserving the city's tree canopy. Trees are an intricate part of our city, and action should be taken to protect them as well as add them where they are desperately needed. Trees protect us from the urban heat island effect, assist with flooding drainage, and provide places for valuable wildlife. The City of New Orleans should partner with Sol NOLA to conduct a citywide comprehensive tree inventory that will help inform the creation of an urban forest master plan because they are a valued local nonprofit committed to driving a more resilient and environmentally equitable New Orleans. Dina Paralot. I volunteered with Sol planting trees as well as canvassing. I appreciate the hard work that they do to help New Orleans. Here are some facts about how trees can help our city. The benefits of urban trees. Trees add beauty and improve personal health. Trees reduce air pollution. Trees conserve water and reduce soil erosion. Trees save energy. Trees modify local climate. Trees increase economic stability. Trees reduce noise pollution. Trees create wildlife and plant diversity. We simply can't afford to not plant trees. Please and thank you. Dave Volkmore. I fully support R2117 to create an urban forest master plan, which will be integral in bringing more trees to this beautiful city, which I've wanted to live in for years. All neighborhoods need trees for the shade they give, the air they create, and the joy they bring. There are too many neighborhoods that have been robbed of trees, and we must bring them back, and Sol NOLA has done a marvelous job helping with that. Let's carry on that good work. David Burley. I am writing in full support of creating an urban forest master plan in partnership with Sol NOLA. Sol NOLA has the expertise and capacity to create a current inventory and help lead the way on growing our urban forest, which is an essential part of mitigating the worst effects of climate change while helping create equity. Imagine St. Charles Avenue without trees or Esplanade Avenue without trees. They wouldn't be nearly as majestic as they currently are. The monetary benefits, the flood mitigation benefits, and that take pressure off of our sewer system, combating the urban heat island effect that hurts our lowest income neighborhoods the most. These are all benefits that a comprehensive tree canopy can bring to our city and which our city and its residents deserve. Nicholas Inman. The best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. Sol provides this opportunity. They are bold and aggressive in their commitment to rallying the troops and getting shovels in the ground. I have had the pleasure of volunteering for them on several occasions. It is devastating to think that roughly 80% of our tree canopy was lost after Katrina, and much of that canopy has yet to recover. An assessment of what we have will allow us to thoughtfully plan for our future and plant accordingly. A single city tree can provide a cash value of $2,500 throughout its life, according to the USDA, savings which apply themselves to lower energy costs and use, cleaner air, and excessive water mitigation. The beauty of an established urban forest, however, is priceless. Soul is an outstanding source of wisdom and energy. I trust their mission and think they are an incredibly valuable asset to our city. I support the city joining forces with their team and giving them the tools they need to further advance our urban forests. Melissa Renmark. We need trees in New Orleans. In the past 5 years, 3 full-grown trees have been taken down off my street, stripping the part of the neighborhood with shade, wildlife habitat, and beauty. In this region, we've also seen the frequency and severity of flood rising. Planting more trees is a natural and healthy way to mitigate this problem. I volunteered with Soul, mulching trees on city streets and boulevards, and they are passionate about increasing and preserving the city's green canopy. They are excellent at organizing and rallying the community. Soul knows the city. Soul understands its unique needs, specifically a need to plant more trees and to replace trees that have been damaged or removed from storms and flooding. They are best equipped to create a comprehensive inventory and to create a plan for a beautiful and diverse urban tree canopy. I urge you to sign an MOU in support of Soul. Elizabeth McMillan. New Orleans has had one of the largest urban canopies in the city before Hurricane Katrina devastated. New Orleans had one of the largest urban canopies in the city before Hurricane Katrina devastated the city and wiped out staggering numbers of trees. We need to restore our trees to make neighborhoods feel like neighborhoods, to beautify our community, and make the city more resilient against climate change. More trees. Andrea Caluet. I strongly support this initiative for all of the invaluable benefits and gifts it will provide to our city, streets, homes, and residents. I also strongly support Soul and am confident that they are the best group to lead and fulfill this endeavor. Joan Coyle. Trees are so important for New Orleans to live with water and crucial to our community, environment, and health. I support Soul in creating a comprehensive tree inventory and partnering with the City of New Orleans in writing an urban forest master plan. This needs to happen, long overdue. Mary Meising Gubla. I am writing to request the city sign an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, acknowledging the support of Soul, sustaining our urban landscape, in creating a comprehensive tree inventory and writing an urban forest master plan for New Orleans. Trees are integral to our community's health, environment, and livability. Trees can drink thousands of gallons of stormwater, lower air temperatures, lower energy bills, stop subsidence, clean the air, increase property values, beautify neighborhoods, and more. I have volunteered with Soul for the past 4 years and can personally attest to their commitment to reforest New Orleans. Their knowledge of trees and urban environment, plus their dedication and willingness to work hard, makes them the perfect choice for this task. Camilio Hernandez. Rebuilding our city's tree canopy is crucial to our effort to build a more equitable and sustainable New Orleans. Trees significantly help alleviate several of the existential issues we face every day. They keep vast amounts of water from entering our drainage system in the first place. They stabilize our ground and keep it from sinking further, and they reduce surface temperatures. Trees also take carbon out of the atmosphere, an effort the planet must commit to as we deal with the existential threat of climate change. Systems require strategic and sustained support. So creating an urban forest master plan in partnership with Soul would be the foundation for that support that we need for our drainage system to accomplish what it must. Every year, we are witnesses to the reality that we simply cannot pump out every inch of water that we get during hurricane season, so we must continue to adapt. I urge our council to sign this MOU and support future green infrastructure projects with the utmost urgency. Max Lure. I am commenting today because I would like to express the importance of preserving and expanding the tree canopy in New Orleans. Trees not only foster a sense of healthy community, but are vital to our ecological sustainability. In a city that must remain vigilant and creative in responses to our concerns about flooding, trees have a role in mitigating its impact. In a world where we must consider our use of natural resources, trees can offer shading that reduces energy consumption and costs. The reforestation of our city may not solve everything, but it will make us better, and better is what we need to be. Jennifer Hull. I am a constituent in District A, and I am writing to demonstrate support for Soul in the creation of a citywide tree inventory and an urban forest master plan. Trees are not only beautiful, but they help improve our mental health and are incredibly important for helping to mitigate impacts of climate change and increasing temperatures, and to provide us with clean air. In our city that experiences so many months of intense heat, they provide much needed respite from our community for our community members. Furthermore, urban trees often demonstrate a form of environmental racism, with fewer trees in neighborhoods that are inhabited by people of color and or by those of lower ends of the socioeconomic spectrum. This is certainly the case in much of New Orleans. Neighborhoods lacking trees can be up to 10 degrees higher than those with trees. This is huge when they have temperatures above 90 degrees 56 days a year on average. Sol would be the perfect partner to implement this project, as they have proven track record of doing this work. I encourage you to sign on and acknowledge your support of Sol spearheading this important work. Joseph Harmon, without trees, we'd be dead. Carson Lucas, I am so thrilled to have the opportunity to comment because the trees in our city are one of the most remarkable parts about it. They stand witness to our long history, give us shade from the heat of the summer and protection from storms, and engender joy and whimsy for residents and visitors alike at all ages. We were so heartbroken to see one of the beautiful oaks outside our home come down during one of these recent hurricanes. We immediately noticed the difference without its shade on our street and hoped that someone knew it was gone and planned to plant another one in its place. I think this inventory is a terrific idea. Kathleen McCain, trees are integral to our community's health, resilience, environment, and livability. I support Sol in creating the comprehensive tree inventory. Sol will be a great partner to the city in writing an urban forest master plan. I am asking the city sign an MOU acknowledging its support. Camelia Franklin. Actually, she submitted the exact same comment as the one right above it. Catherine Shackelford. One of the many reasons I find New Orleans so special and have chosen to live here is the care and concern put into our many old trees. Most large cities feel like a concrete wasteland, and the care we put into our plants truly makes a difference in the city's overall appearance as well as its health. I've noticed an increase in smog on certain days that traffic is continually higher, and additional trees, especially ones strategically planted, will help mitigate this. Devin A. Foyle. Good morning. Trees provide ecosystem services that alleviate pressures of stormwater and heat from city infrastructure. Trees provide economic value by improving neighborhood aesthetics and livability, variables which increase property values and wealth for homeowners. I am in full support of this resolution and any other action that will preserve and improve the urban canopy in New Orleans. I believe that Sol is the most qualified candidate to partner with the city in the development of a citywide tree inventory and urban forest master plan. Okay, Sabine Winter. First off, a big thank you to Councilmember Palmer for initiating this important effort. I believe we all appreciate the integral role trees play for cities and the benefits an extensive tree canopy can provide to our community's health, resilience, environment, and livability. Creating a comprehensive tree inventory of trees on public and private property, as well as defining protected species of trees, which necessitates permits for maintenance and removal, is a crucial step to reach and preserve the intended tree canopy as stipulated by the city's master plan. Councilmembers Banks and Geruso might remember the Camp Street disaster back in December 2019, during which a mature and healthy live oak tree that had shaded, protected, and beautified half a city block was cut down for one household's purported parking convenience. While this tree was located on private property, its removal affected all neighbors. As it turned out afterwards, this tree removal was entirely unnecessary in order for this household to create and use the desired parking pad on their property. My neighborhood also has lost many trees lately, both on public and private properties, that were removed for personal reasons or the parking convenience of a few. But the loss of those trees affect all neighbors and, in the big picture, has a negative impact on the entire city in the terms of stormwater management, overall temperatures, and the city's tree canopy. And this is why there is need to include trees on private properties, not only in the tree inventory, but also in protective measures. We simply cannot achieve a functioning tree canopy if everyone can remove important pieces of that puzzle at will. Since Seoul has extensive experience due to their existing inventory and tracking procedures for all trees they've planted citywide, I believe that Seoul is ideally suited to partner with the city in creating the necessary tree inventory and writing an urban forest master plan to help restore and expand the city's tree canopy. Therefore, I'm asking the City Council to approve this resolution and for the city to sign an MOU with Seoul to show their support. Wesley Gillian. A recent report by the Data Center called Placing Prosperity, Neighborhoods and Life Expectancy in New Orleans Metro provides evidence linking low life expectancy, race, and socioeconomic status to historically disinvested neighborhoods. While these injustices will require more than one solution, green infrastructure is one tool that can provide health benefits to disenfranchised communities by decreasing the urban heat island effect. The urban heat island effect can severely impact personal health, as higher body temperatures lead to cardiovascular and other deleterious health problems. Evidence has shown that an extensive tree canopy can decrease air pollution, lower surface and ambient temperatures, and ultimately improve overall health by lowering body temperatures over time. While the city of New Orleans has begun investing in high flood risk neighborhoods with poor health outcomes, there are swaths of neighborhoods that have been overlooked. A comprehensive tree inventory of our city and a master urban forest plan are crucial to address these inquiries. I trust Seoul with conducting the tree inventory as well as spearheading writing the master urban forest plan. I strongly urge members of the council to sign a memorandum of understanding supporting Seoul with this task. Susanna Burley. Good morning. I serve as the Executive Director of Sustaining Our Urban Landscape, and I urge you to vote in support of this important resolution today. It advocates for working towards the goal of a 50% tree canopy by 2030 that is called for in the city's master plan. This is an ambitious goal, but one that our city deserves. Currently, there is no baseline for tree canopy coverage, meaning we don't know what percentage of canopy coverage exists in New Orleans. In order to determine how many trees we need to plant to reach 50% coverage, we must know how many trees we need to plant to get there. Seoul and another nonprofit were asked by the city to fund this inventory, which costs around $20,000. We said yes, providing that is used to inform an urban forest master plan that serves as a roadmap to reaching a 50% canopy. Seoul hopes that the relevant city departments will partner on this exciting project and contribute their ideas and experiences so that an ambitious yet realistic plan can be created. A great tree canopy requires great strategy. We urge the city to sign an MOU indicating its support of moving forward with this inventory and indicating its partnership with Seoul in creating an urban forest master plan that serves as a roadmap for reforestation. Seoul has raised the funding necessary to complete this urban forest master plan. All we need now is the city's blessing to move forward. Camille Sire. I would like to state my support for a tree inventory study conducted in New Orleans and comprehensive effort to protect and expand our tree canopy across the city. Trees help reduce street flooding, keep neighborhoods cooler in the summer, improve quality of life, and make people happy. New Orleans is famous for its beautiful oak trees and parks, and everyone in the city deserves to have that beauty in their neighborhood, not just on the big streets like St. Charles. Seoul has done great work planting trees in neighborhoods across the city and educating New Orleanians on the importance of a healthy canopy. They are a perfect partner for this effort. Please move forward with this plan. Thank you. Vinay Krupdev. Trees are integral to our community's health, resilience, environment, and livability, and as a volunteer with Seoul for years, I support the idea of creating a comprehensive tree inventory and believe they would be an ideal partner with the city in writing an urban forest master plan. Please help preserve New Orleans' greenery and sign an MOU acknowledging your support for this measure. Julius Kimbrough Jr. Crescent City Community Land Trust partners with Sustaining Our Urban Landscape, Seoul, to plant trees at our permanently affordable housing developments. We support Seoul's work to preserve existing trees and to plant more trees because trees improve the overall quality of life in any given neighborhood. They facilitate high air quality, trees provide shade, they beautify an area, native Louisiana trees soak up excess rainwater, and academic research confirms that the presence of trees increases both overall community health and property values. We encourage the New Orleans City Council to do all it can to protect existing trees and to promote more tree plantings in Orleans Parish. Thank you all for your time and attention, and we thank Soul for their tree leadership and advocacy. Ann Roberts. The Rotary Club of Mid-City New Orleans supports every effort to reforest the city of New Orleans. We believe the Urban Forest Master Plan is an important step in the right direction. The nonprofit sustaining our urban landscape, Soul, and the city can successfully implement this plan together. The opt-out pilot project in Algiers shows the first stage of this success and opportunity. Our members have attended many tree plantings across the city for the past 4 years and believe that communities will benefit from large-scale reforestation. Soul doesn't bring trees, they bring hope and communities together with grace. Reforestation is a continuous effort because of an environmental struggles we face: hurricanes, subsidence, air quality, urban heat island effects, sea level rising, and flooding. Okay, where was I? Ann Roberts, she submitted a comment twice, and you can only do one comment per item. Rachel Lyons, that trees are so important to me that when I looked for a house, the tree canopy on the street was the first thing I considered. Valerie Massimi. The people of New Orleans need trees to shade our streets and homes, absorb stormwater, clean and freshen our air, and provide habitat to hundreds of insects, birds, and other wildlife. A tree inventory would allow for rafters with a means to protect important, rare, or very old trees. It would allow the urban foresters with data to assure that resources and trees are provided equitably so that all New Orleanians can benefit. Soul has been working to provide trees and reforest our city for years. They are a dependable and dedicated organization that is passionate about this work. Please vote to support this initiative. New Orleans must do a lot more to mitigate climate risk and protect our citizens and property from the risk of global warming and sea level rise. This initiative should be an integral part of a comprehensive climate emergency plan. In addition to cutting carbon, trees are part of the answer, and Soul is willing and ready to take on the task. That is the end of the comments on the consent agenda.
All right, thank you so much, Teresa. Appreciate that. So it has been moved and seconded. So Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, I'll turn it over to you.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
You're on mute, Kristen.
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Hey.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the consent agenda is adopted. We're now on top of page 25. The HDLC appeal has been deferred to February 25th. The matters are on page 10 will come up, 10 through 12 will come up at 1 o'clock. We're now on top of page 13. A legislative grouping, zoning docket 9320, City Council motion M2360, requesting a text amendment to amend the definition of tattoo parlor and consider modifying the definition of personal services establishment, removing tattoo parlor as a separate use if necessary, or should staff find that tattoo parlor should remain a separate use from the personal service establishment category. Consider adding the use to permitted and conditional use tables in appropriate districts. Staff should also review other references to tattoo parlor in the CZO, specifically in Article 18, overlay zoning districts, and make recommendations based on consistency citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. We have motion M2143 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the text amendment as modified by the City Planning Commission as provided in zoning docket 9320. Councilmember Banks.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
We're on page 13.
Can we, Madam President, can I defer this just for a minute, please?
Sure. Madam Clerk, can we move on to the next item? We'll come back to this one.
Okay. On top of page 14, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 9420, St. Paul the Apostle Roman Catholic Church, requesting a zoning change from an SRD suburban two-family residential district to a C1 general commercial district on Square 3, lots 3, 4, and Part 8R8, Rosedale in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Chef Mature Highway, Brutus Street, and America Street. Municipal addresses 6820 through 6828 Chef Mature Highway and 6809 Brutus Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M2136 by Councilmember Nguyen. A motion approving the zoning change recommended by the City Planning Commission as provided in zoning docket 9420.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Crowe?
Thank you, Council Member. This is a zoning change application that is for St. Paul the Apostle Church on Chef Mentor Highway. The church has a C1 general commercial zoning, and next to it is a small property that is used by the church as office space. It's been used by the church since the 1980s, but when the recent zoning ordinance was adopted in 2015, it was given a residential zoning rather than the same commercial that the rest of the institution has. And so this is really to realign the zoning with the boundaries of the church's campus and rezone it to C1. And it's requested with the immediate goal of redeveloping that property with additional office space for the church. Again, this just remedies basically a miszoning under the 2015 ordinance and brings the entire property under consistent zoning. And so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe. Council member, so again, this is a zoning change for St. Paul Catholic Church. Will bring this parcel to the same zoning destination as the rest of their land and allow the church to build one new building with 3 offices, 1 conference room, and 1 meeting room. I attended the MPP for this meeting and did not hear any negative feedback on this project. So I move for approval for the zoning docket as recommended by CPC. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Council President. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
No, council member.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
A.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, the motion is adopted. On top of page 15, legislative grouping, zoning docket 9520, AGA Development Partners LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on Square 131, Lot 10 in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Thayer Street, Slidell Street, Opelousas Avenue, and LaBeouf Street. Municipal addresses 738 through 740 Thayer Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 5 provisos. We have motion M2141 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion approving the conditional use recommended by the City Planning Commission, subject to 5 provisos provided in zoning docket 9520.
Thank you so much. I move for approval of the motion granting this conditional use subject to 5 provisos as provided by the CPC. Mr. Kroll?
Thank you. This is a conditional use application for an existing 2-story structure on Thayer and Slidell Street in Algiers. It is a 5-unit structure according to the applicant. It's been a 5-unit structure since the 1940s. Entergy records and Sanborn maps demonstrate that it's been a 5-unit structure since the 90s, or since at least the 90s, I should say.
70130.
And it's now vacant. And so the intent is to restore it as a multifamily structure despite low density zoning. It meets the zoning ordinance standards for that, and that it has that history of multifamily use. And so the Planning Commission recommends approval. The approval is conditioned on provisos that simply reinstate normal restrictions in the zoning ordinance for multifamily dwellings. Outside of the applicant, there was no public comment on this matter before the Planning Commission, and so it's before you with an approval recommendation.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephen. This is the same type of application we're considering elsewhere on the agenda today. As y'all know, we're looking at established multifamily further on down to make it easier to put housing back into commerce. So what we're talking about now is this building has 5 units, which the applicant plans to renovate and use for long-term affordable housing after the structure has sat vacant for at least 10 years. We have heard from Mr. Alex Dunn with the Algiers Riverview Association, and the neighborhood is on board, and the application received unanimous approval from the City Planning Commission. Councilmembers, again, I just want to state that we really need to find creative ways of putting more units and more housing back into the marketplace, and this is an example of that. The more units will bring down the cost of housing that is actually overburdened by the majority of our residents here. So, so with that, can we please have a vote, Ms. Laura?
Just for the record, there's no public comment.
Oh, thank you, Teresa. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Banks. Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Ms. Laura, you're on mute.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. The motion has been adopted. We're now on top of page 16. We have a legislative group in zoning docket 9620, Trinell Suarez and Tamiko Suarez, requesting a conditional use to permit a bar in a HMC2 Historic Marigny Treme Bywater Commercial District, an AC4 Arts and Cultural Diversity Overlay District, and EC Enhanced Corridor Design Overlay District on Square 632, Lot 1 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Claiborne Avenue, La Harpe Street, St. Bernard Avenue, and North Robertson Street. Municipal address 1544 North Claiborne Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. We have motion M2147 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion approving the conditional use recommended by the City Planning Commission, subject to 4 provisos provided in zoning docket 9620.
Thank you. I move for approval of the motion granting this conditional use subject to 4 provisos as provided by the CPC. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Banks. Mr. Kroll.
Thank you. This is a conditional use application for an existing structure located on North Claiborne and La Harpe at Neighbors Circle Food Store. And the proposal here is to occupy the 1,000 square foot space with a bar. The site's located on Claiborne, which under the zoning has an arts and cultural designation that really seeks to promote these sorts of entertainment venues. And so the proposal is really consistent with the purpose of that overlay. Separately, the Planning Commission received a significant amount of supportive comments from neighbors and other interested parties, both about the importance of this as a cultural institution, but also about the sort of merits of the operator himself. So given the consistency with those zoning regulations and with the favorable public comment received at the Commission's public hearing, the Commission is in support and recommends approval. Those 4 provisos are standard operational provisos for bars.
Thank you so much. Y'all, this conditional use application is for a bar as stated on North Claiborne in the Treme neighborhood, where an existing commercial structure currently sits. The proposal is consistent with CPC's approval standards, and the site within the AC4 Arts and Cultural Overlay is well situated for a bar of this nature. We've heard from the applicant that they plan to have a quiet gathering space that's inclusive of the LGBTQ community. In fact, the bar will occupy the rear portion of the existing structure. The applicant's proposal seeks to minimize impacts on nearby residential areas. There will be no live entertainment, and hours of operation stop at midnight. CPC heard 13 comments in support with no opposition. My office has also reached out to the Historic Faubourg Treme Association, which also had no opposition. I'm pleased to advance this conditional use, which, as the CPC said, will make a positive contribution to the people of New Orleans, particularly those in the Black LGBTQ community. So do we have any public comment, Teresa?
No, council member.
Great. Thank you so much. With that, Ms. Laura, may we please have a vote?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays.
Madam
And
Clerk, I'm going to go
yes.
back, real quick, Madam Clerk, I'm going to go back and take Councilmember Banks's item number 3,
Okay,
the legislative grouping.
on page 13.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So Councilmember, do you want me to read this into the record again, or are you just ready to discuss it?
I am ready to discuss it.
Okay.
So if that is okay, we can avoid reading it again. I'm fine with that.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so with that, I want to move for adoption. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
I think Paul's here to talk about it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Zoning docket 9320 is request for a text amendment to amend the definition of tattoo parlor and consider modifying the definition of personal service establishment to include tattoo parlor, removing tattoo parlor as a separate use. The CPC's analysis found that the proposed text amendment appropriately applies a needed policy change regarding the regulation of tattoo parlors. This policy change is reflected in 2 recent approvals of zoning text changes to individual districts in which staff recommended that a comprehensive change be applied rather than piecemeal amendments to individual zoning districts. This text amendment matches the tattoo parlor use with those of other similar uses of intensity and purpose defined as personal service establishments. Through this amendment, a greater diversity of low-intensity small businesses can be supported in appropriate ways, areas throughout the city. The text amendment will also prevent the need for future piecemeal text amendments that are unnecessary use of applicant and CPC staff time. And the CPC thanks the council for introducing the motion for this text amendment. The Planning Commission recommends modified approval incorporating tattoo parlor into the definition of personal service establishment and removing separate references to tattoo parlor.
Thank you, colleagues. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. What this does is it streamlines process. There was obviously a hole in the bucket per se that had tattoo parlors separate from these other personal service type entities, and it really shouldn't be. The whatever perception of tattoos that some people may have is probably not realistic in today's world. These establishments tend to be very, very, very non-impactful on the neighborhoods that they're in. The people who attend them tend to come by appointments. They're not overly burdened with crowds. They operate, because of the nature of the business, they tend to be safe and sanitary, and they generate no trash. So having this kind of business in the neighborhood will only serve to enhance the opportunities for citizens to walk their neighborhoods and to use services there. So with that, I would ask your favorable consideration. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I see Councilmember Palmer.
Yes, thank you. Can I please recuse myself just out of an abundance of caution, as I have a property that might fit within this designation, that zoned HUMU?
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you note that? And I did not ask, do we have any public comment?
No, Councilmember.
Thank you. So with that, with the recusal of Councilmember Palmer, Madam Clerk, could we get a roll call?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer recuses herself. Councilmember Bank,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 5 yeas, no nays, and it has been adopted.
Thank you.
On top of page 17, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,147 has been deferred to February the 11th. Ordinance calendar number 33,155 has been deferred to February the 11th. On top of page 18, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,156 has been deferred to February the 11th. Ordinance calendar number 33,200 has been deferred to February 11th. On top of page 19, all matters, ordinance calendar number 33,205 has deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 33,206 has been deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 20, Ordinance calendar number 33,207 has been deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,208 has been deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 21, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,209 has been deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 33,210 has been deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 22, ordinance calendar number 33,211 has been deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 33,212 has been deferred to February 11th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 23, we have ordinance calendar number 33,219 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. An ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of the city of New Orleans as a temporary clean zone during a time period beginning at 6 a.m. Monday, September the 27th, 2021, and ending at 6 p.m. Monday, October the 4th, 2021, relative to the use of these public areas in conjunction with the 2021 French Quarter Festival, FQF, and during the time period of 6 a.m. Monday, July 26, 2021, and ending at 6 p.m. Monday, August 2nd, 2021, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2021 Satchmo Summerfest, SSF, and related activities and events produced by the French Quarter Festival Incorporated, FQFI, to provide for the temporary prohibition of certain permits within the clean zone areas, to provide for the temporary prohibition of transactions of certain business and or commercial activity in the clean zone areas, to provide for the establishment of one or more public participation areas, to provide for the establishment of fines and penalties for violations of this ordinance, to establish the clean zone as one, the area within the French Quarter as defined in section 166-2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, and two, the area generally bounded by the east bank of the Mississippi River, Orange Street, Chapatula Street, Callio Street, Rampart Street, and Elysian Fields Avenue, including Waldenburg Riverfront Park, Spanish Plaza, Louis Armstrong Park, Crescent Park, the Louisiana State Museum, New Orleans Jazz Museum at the Mint, and the airspace above the specified boundaries and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment. On top of page 24, the amendment to calendar number 33,219 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, an amendment to expand the exemption for the historic Faubourg Treme Association and its Treme Fall Festival from the French Quarter Fest clean zone from October 2nd, 2021 to October 1st, 2021 through October 3rd, 2021. That is the amendment.
Okay, I'm going to move on the amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Banks. Do we now vote on the amendment and then we'll vote on it?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Laura.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment has been adopted.
Okay,
Now-
so now we got to move on the amendment. I'm sorry,
no.
move on the ordinance as amended.
Yes.
All right, I so move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council President Moreno. Council members, this ordinance establishes a clean zone for the 2021 French Quarter Fest and the 2021 Satchmo Summerfest, scheduled for for September/October and July/August, respectively. We're excited that the French Quarter Fest could be rescheduled for the fall, and of course, we're all very much looking forward to it. Before we take up the ordinance, we talked about the amendment. The original ordinance, just so y'all know, included an exemption to ensure that the Treme Fall Festival could occur. We needed to ensure that the exemption captured a broad enough area and time frame for the fest planned for October 1st through October 3rd, right? Just so y'all know, the Treme Fall Fest, which is a wonderful neighborhood festival, has always been scheduled for that time. And so we have to just be in a state of flux because we now are moving French Quarter Fest to the fall. So I just want to thank the French Quarter Fest for working with us on the language. Is there any public comment?
Yes, Councilmember, we have one.
Great.
It is from Andrew Woodruff, and he notes that he is a paid representative of the French Quarter Festival. On behalf of French Quarter Festival Incorporated, I would like to thank the council for their consideration of this ordinance. Following a year of pivoted programming, our organization is looking forward to safely bringing the community back together in 2021. We are in regular communication with city health and safety officials to ensure our events will always follow best practices for large events. We look forward to providing an accessible festival for all to enjoy and to uphold our mission of supporting businesses in the French Quarter and employing local musicians and culture bearers. In 2021, we are excited to announce a brand new sustainability program that will introduce large-scale recycling and composting at our events. Thank you again for your support and consideration. It's the only comment.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for working with my office. So with that, Ms. Laura, can we please have a vote?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance as amended has been adopted. We're now on page 24, ordinance calendar number 33,225 by Council Members Nguyen and Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain Chapter 70, Article 4, Division 2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans in its entirety to rename, restructure, and simplify the city's disadvantaged business enterprise program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. There is an amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,225 by Councilmember Nguyen, adding Councilmember Moreno. An amendment to require that the DBE subcontractors perform at least 51% of the subcontracted work with their own forces. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council member, so as discussed at our Economic Development and Special Project Committee meeting last week, this ordinance is to restructure our DBE program and rename it to our Equitable Business Opportunities, EBO. And I hope that as we move forward and working on EBOs, that we'll use EBOs as the terminology. So the program will help keep funding in our city and support our minority and women-owned businesses in creating processes for more transparency and reporting. We will be able to better track our progress towards the goal of increasing the percentage of funding that stays in our communities. We have filed one amendment to this ordinance to ensure that pass-through contracting is not permitted, requiring that EBO subcontractors do a minimum of 51% of their subcontracted work with their own forces. I would like to thank all of our stakeholders that have participated in this process, including the Collaborative, the New Orleans Regional Black Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Louisiana, as well as my staff, Victoria, and Council President Helena Moreno, and Sadie, who has worked really hard with our stakeholders to get us where, to get us to this point. Our work is not done, but this is a big step toward creating more equitable business opportunities in our city. So definitely would like to move for approval.
Cindy, if you wouldn't mind, can I say, if I just wanted to, I really want to just thank you, Councilmember Nguyen, for your leadership in this, along with your staff. I also want to thank the Office of Supplier Diversity, really all of our council staff. And of course, as you just mentioned, Councilmember Nguyen, the numerous stakeholders who have just worked relentlessly to get the ordinance on where it is today. We've been at it with so many of these different meetings, for quite some time now. And as you had mentioned, our work continues. I agree with you, Councilmember Nguyen. We have to be deliberate when it comes to attracting qualified, capable service providers to participate in city contracts. And today's ordinance is another step in this particular pursuit. Over the years, this city council has worked to improve the capacity and accessibility of our city's DBE program, soon to be known as, Councilmember Nguyen mentioned, the Equitable Business Opportunities Program, EBO. And I just want to remind everyone that during the 2018 budget cycle, the council prioritized doubling the size of the Office of Supplier Diversity. Expanding the office is critical to growing DBE's capacity, providing the resources needed by business owners to assist them in the RFP processes, expanding the capacity of OSD to monitor DBE compliance requirements, and diminishing the glaring economic disparity in our community. In September of 2018, I joined Councilmember Banks to enhance the opportunities for DBEs interested in competing for contracts with the City Council. I really believe that this ordinance will help to ensure better program compliance overall, because it finally clarifies what city departments, agencies, and boards, along with commissions, are subject to these DBE requirements. We worked for quite some time just trying to get that list. Remember, Councilmember Nguyen? It took forever just to get that list. So every entity must strive for a 35% DBE goal or provide evidence of inability to comply in a strategy to achieving DBE goals moving forward. It requires a CAO to submit an annual program report covering city contracts to the City Council, detailing equity goals and attainment rates for the prior 2 years. I think that this is really important so we truly understand how the city is doing with overall DBE compliance. Boards, agencies, and commissions shall also prepare these types of reports covering their DBE compliance. So bottom line, I believe strongly in building a more equitable city where everyone can compete and win business to create jobs and grow wealth. This ordinance gets our contracting framework in a much better order and further provides opportunities for New Orleanians with the skills and the passion to compete for and win public work. So once again, just really want to thank Councilmember Nguyen and her office for leading on this, and thank you for letting my office and my team be part of it as well.
Thank you, Council President. And just to piggyback on Council President's statement, the Economic Development and Special Project Committee will be revisiting and monitoring this ordinance. So we will have the Supplies Diversity and the department to come back and report to us within 6 months how this ordinance has been moving. And so we're just not passing legislation just to say we're passing, but we're also putting accountability, and then we're getting them back to make sure that they provide us data as well. Councilmember Banks, I think you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to thank you and congratulate you and tell you how appreciative I am of this effort. But I also want to be very clear that we are far from finished. This is just one more step in a very long journey. The vestiges of racism and hatred and bigotry is manifested itself in the disparity that we live with every day. And that disparity is clearly exemplified in economics. And while we can change street names and remove monuments and all of that symbolic stuff, the fact of the matter is we need substance, and this is of substance. And as long as we continue on this path of actually putting mechanisms in place to address the economic disparity in this community, we're going to be headed in the right direction. So I'm very proud to join with you in this and thank all who participated. But please know, we ain't spiking the ball yet. I want everybody out there listening to know that this is not the end. This is just one more step. And we're going to be intentional on continuing trying to level the playing field. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Palmer.
I just want to thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. This is really exciting. If we really want to have a thoughtful DBE program, we really have to make sure that the subs are getting their fair share of this money. And I really want to thank you. And I hope that One of the things that also I think is really near and dear to my heart are the primes, that we need to really make sure too that more of our primes get this work. And I know that's something that you're also addressing. And what I've seen from hiring DBE primes is that they want it that all their subcontractors are also DBE, and it becomes like a ripple effect. And so that's really an importance too of how this program should work. So I just want to thank you, Councilmember Nguyen and Councilmember Moreno, and I'm really excited to support this.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brissette?
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen, and I want to thank you all as well for your work as chairwoman of the committee and being on my second term on the committee. The work to improve DBE compliance and performance. Back in 2015, I had the honor of doing the same work that you have been working on to increase the transparency and the accountability and the public trust of the administrative procurement process, something that we all want to see in our city, to have that consistent reporting of the DBE attainment rates and the DBE procurement of all departments, boards, attached boards and commissions, so we could follow and know who is doing what and how they are procuring their goods and services with the businesses of New Orleans. And so whether it's the prime contractors, subcontractors, we want to know that the professional services, personal services, or construction contracts, that our people, our citizens in New Orleans are having a level playing field, the opportunities to participate, to get a piece of the pie, and to take stock, in order for us also to take stock of the DBE's program effectiveness. And so you heard Councilmember Moreno mention the budget process, and that's what we put into law back in 2014, the ordinance I put into effect in 2015 was making sure that we had 2 years of data to coincide with our budget cycle of the numbers relative to the department's agencies regarding that annual report. So thank you again for your work, Councilmember Nguyen, to improve the DBE process.
I appreciate it. Any public comment, Teresa?
Yes, Councilmember, we have one.
Okay.
It is from Justin Schmidt. As I commented at the January 28th, 2021 Economic Development and Special Development Projects meeting, I am encouraged by the introduction of this legislation amending the procurement of DBE business for city work. At that meeting, Councilmember Nguyen spoke of bad actors, but I do not think anyone considered that the bad actors could work on the east wing of the second floor of New Orleans City Hall. On March 13th, 2015, pursuant to bid proposal 6242-01726, then Mayor Landrieu executed a city contract with H&O Investments LLC, a 100% white-owned Baton Rouge-based business, to cut our city's medians and playgrounds. This contract was amended at least 4 times later without rebidding it, the last amendment of which was executed by Mayor Cantrell on February 1st, 2019, taking it through 2020. It totaled over $750,000 worth of payments that were made to this company according to invoices obtained through public records requests. Why is this being done? And is the mayor suggesting that there is no minority business in New Orleans that could do this work? Thank you. That's the only comment.
Thank you, Teresa. I'd like to go ahead and move on the amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment as adopted. Now the ordinance as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move on the ordinance as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council President. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance as amended has been adopted. We're now on top of page 25. We have ordinance calendar number 33,227 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans City and the Lake Vista Crime Prevention District, LVCPD, relative to LVCPD's installation and maintenance of video surveillance cameras on city-owned light poles surrounding and within the Lake Vista neighborhood, to extend the term of said cooperative endeavor agreement for an additional 5 years as more fully set forth in amendment number 1 to said cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, this is an amendment to extend the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Lake Vista Crime Prevention District, a neighborhood in my district, an additional 5 years. The CEA allows for Lake Vista to utilize the city light poles for their video surveillance cameras. These cameras are owned and maintained by Lake Vista, and making the CEA is revenue neutral for the city. And so this agreement just extended for another 5 years. So I would move adoption.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember, we have one from Jackie Shreves. On behalf of the Lake Vista Crime Prevention Commission, we ask the City Council to renew the CEA with the city relative to our crime cameras. We have worked closely with Orleans Levy District Police and NOPD to provide information where appropriate that benefits not just the Lake Vista neighborhood, but the surrounding areas as well. Sincerely, Jackie Shreves, President, LVCPD. That's the only comment.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance is adopted. At the bottom of the page, motion line over, M2326 has been deferred to February 11th. We're now on top of page 26. We have resolution R2126 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. A resolution approving the issuance of not exceeding $200 million of City of New Orleans water revenue refunding bonds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is the second piece of refinance on bonds for both the sewer and water parts of the system. Remember, we already approved this, I think, last month, and then it has to go through the proper channels before we get back here. Jason Akers is on the line if you have any specific questions. But as I understand it, this is to simply refinance so Sewage and Water Board can have additional money to use for bond issuances in the future too. Jason, did I miss anything?
No, Councilmember. I think that is a very good explanation. This allows us to allows the Sewage and Water Board to proceed with lowering their lowering their debt service costs and redirecting those funds to additional capital improvements in the future.
Thank you. So with that, I move for approval.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Banks. Madam Clerk?
Do we have any comments, cards, Teresa?
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the resolution is adopted. We have Resolution R 2127 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. A resolution approving the 6th supplemental sewage and service revenue bond resolution and connecting with the issuance of not exceeding $215 million of taxable sewage service revenue refunding bonds of the City of New Orleans, Louisiana, approving the form, terms, security, and manner of execution thereof, and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval.
Second.
Second. I think Council President beat you just to it, Jay. Teresa, any comments?
No, Councilmember.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Resolution is adopted. At
Thank
the
you.
bottom of the page, motion M 2134 by Council Members Moreno, Jeruso, Banks, and Brissette. A motion authorizing the President of the Council to sign a contract with GDS Associates, Inc. to serve as a demand-side management consultant.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, the demand-side management consultant participates in the triennial integrated resource plan that we call the IRP. They participate in this process as the independent party providing resource map modeling. Bottom line, this is the independent auditors to check on Entergy for Energy Smart. There is a 39% DBE participation. This contract, if approved, will be managed by Curo and subject to reimbursement by E&O. As a result, this will not have an impact on the council's budget. I'll move for adoption. I don't know if there's any public
Second.
comment. Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Is there any public comment?
No, Councilmember.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. The motion has been adopted. We're now on top of page 27. We have motion M 2135 by Council Members Moreno, Jeruso, Banks, Gissison Palmer, Brissette, and Nguyen to permanently relocate the official polling places for ward precincts 204, 944A, 1514G, 1702, 1703, 1704, 1705, 1706, 1707 to the sites designated and currently being used as alternate polling locations pursuant to the city's COVID-19 emergency election plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think some of you all may have been CC'd on some emails coming in from the clerk's office requesting this, and I certainly agree with it. As many of you are aware, voting precincts at senior living facilities were moved to new locations in accordance with the June 1st, 2020 COVID-19 emergency election plan. So today's motion makes those new voting sites permanent, and that's what this does. Any public comment, Teresa?
No, Councilmember.
Okay. I move adoption. Can I get a second?
Councilmember Nguyen. Oh, I'm sorry.
Second.
Second.
Yay.
No. Councilmember Jeruso seconded.
Okay.
Councilmember Nguyen says yay for the first vote.
Yes.
Brissette said yes. Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted. Resolution R 2137 by Council Members Moreno, Jeruso, Banks, and Brissette. A resolution providing parties 30 days from the adoption of this resolution to submit comments in response to the Alliance for Affordable Energy and Sierra Club's motion to institute prudence review to examine costs associated with the design and construction of the New Orleans Power Station, UD 1807.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Last month, the Alliance for Affordable Energy and Sierra Club filed a joint motion requesting that the council institute a prudence review to examine the costs related to the design and construction of the New Orleans Power Station. This resolution gives parties 30 days to submit responses to this motion. After comments are submitted, CURO and the advisors will provide a recommendation to the council on whether they believe a prudence investigation is necessary. Any public comment, Teresa?
No, Councilmember.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. The resolution has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, Resolution R 2138 by Council Members Moreno, Jeruso, Banks, and Brissette. A resolution approving ENO's implementation plan as supplemented and revised for the Community Solar Program, UD 1803.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution approved the rules filed by Entergy New Orleans last month. CURO and their advisors have reviewed the rules and believe them to be in compliance with the council's guidance. Approving the rules will now allow Entergy New Orleans to start the Community Solar Program. The program allows residents, particularly those who are unable to install solar panels on their homes, to invest in solar energy at a more affordable level and benefit from the energy generated. Any public comment, Teresa?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I move adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the resolution has been adopted. On top of page 28, motion M 2139 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
We'll come back to motion 2140 later in the meeting.
Mhm.
Resolution R 2144 by Council Members Wynn and Banks. A resolution to encourage members of the media to use specificity when referring to incidents or crime in the city rather than blanket terminology that results in unjust stigmas in general areas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council member. So there's been a lot of talk lately about the Metropolitan Crime Commission study that was released and the talking points that half of the city homicide shootings occur in New Orleans East. In other words, half of the city's homicides and shootings occur in an area that stretches approximately 250 square miles, which means that the other half occurs in more compressed area, around 100 square miles. Why is that not the talking point? New Orleans East is a vibrant, multicultural community that has been stigmatized by the unfair reporting of the media calling any crime, event, or incident east of the Industrial Canal are happening in New Orleans East. Using this general language creates biased beliefs about the many neighborhoods, subdivisions, and communities in the area. I, as a council member for District E, and we as residents of New Orleans East, are calling on the media to change this discriminatory practice. Rather than using blanket terms, events should be referred by naming individual neighborhoods, subdivisions, streets, or intersections. And again, you know, the media is really our friend about promoting positive stuff. And when things are happening, I just ask that the media respect every neighborhood in the entire city of New Orleans as we continue to say, Eastern New Orleans is huge. And so something could be happening at one end that should not impact the other end. And I also want to thank residents in the East, in the city too. We also hear from our neighboring that why do they keep referring this as, stigmatizing Eastern New Orleans? But I also wanted to credit Alicia Plummer, who posted on Facebook, many times we're juggling so many issues. And sometimes the light bulb doesn't come on all the time, but we know it's an issues that we need to address. So I want to thank Alicia. I also want to thank all the citizens that continue to work with us to help us move District E forward. And I ask for your support in reference to Resolution R21-44. Councilman Banks, I know you co-authored this with me. Do you have any statement?
I think you pretty much so touched it. The fact is that New Orleans East is a large land area comprised of a multitude of neighborhoods, and it is unfair to disparage that entire geographic area and to paint a brush. When crimes happen in other parts of the city, you describe it as the area, you describe the neighborhood, but to just call everything below Diamond all the way to the Wrigley's the East, I think is unfair, and I'm glad to stand with you and support this. And we need to be intentional about looking at ourselves in positive lights as opposed to negative. And I think that this blanket aspersion on that whole area probably helps people to look at it in a light that it shouldn't be. So I'm glad to partner with you with this, and hopefully we can bring about a positive impact.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Palmer.
Yes, I just want to, I'd love to add my name.
Great, thank you.
Because, this happens in Algiers as well, and we see it pretty consistently. Algiers is a very large geographic area, and the media does that. In fact, I would also like to say my first term, they did the same thing about Treme. Anytime that there was a shooting within a 5-mile radius, they would say Treme, 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 and it wasn't. And it does stigmatize neighborhoods and areas of the city. And people really should, words matter, and they should be more specific. So I totally agree with you. Thank you, council member.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could add Councilmember Palmer to the resolution. Councilmember Brissette.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. I too want to add my name, and I see this too often, just like you as well. I mean, the individuals that are not they do not study up on the geography of our city and the uniqueness of our neighborhoods. They get Pines Village mixed up with Plum Orchid. We have many neighborhoods within Gentilly. And so just like New Orleans East has many multitude of neighborhoods that's unique to the geography of New Orleans East. And so I'm glad that you brought this in the hopes of individuals who report on the news that they would look and see the boundaries as they make those distinctions and report it accurate as to what those neighborhoods are and by their accurate names. So thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it's for us is to treat us fairly. Same way like every other neighborhood. So, but I really appreciate you guys' support on this resolution. So I'd like to go ahead and move on Resolution 2144. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
Yes, council member, we have 6.
Okay.
The first is from Cordelia Hart Townsend. My name is Cordelia Hart Townsend. I have lived in New Orleans East for over 45 years. The media has made the East appear to be a hellhole. I have friends and some family members that are afraid to live or visit the East. This must stop. The East is filled with hardworking, middle-class people that pay taxes to this wonderful city. And without New Orleans East taxes, base and votes in the elections, what would happen to this great city? If the media continues to paint a picture that the whole New Orleans East is crime-ridden, who would want to invest their money in this area? Just think about it. If all the hardworking people abandon their homes and just relocate somewhere else, what will happen to the tax base? Something has to change. The city and media must change the focus now. I personally know at least 10 families that have allowed their home to foreclose and around 6 that sold and moved to Slidell, all because of the reputation and stigma of the East. Now that's awful. Why should this happen? The media must stop. The city needs to help Cindy Wynn and others move this area forward. If not, it will be lost forever. In closing, in this season of diversity and inclusion, why does New Orleans East have so many Section 8? Why doesn't the area where the brown people live fine the landlords for not keeping their property up? To the media, I know for a fact that you do not report crime fairly. I have worked in the French Quarter and in the CBD for over 35 years. My family owns a business in Mid-City. My fiance lives in Park Timbers, where ambulance and police can be heard all night long. But the crime in these areas seldom makes the news. Why? Signed, I will always love New Orleans East because I am a New Orleans East girl. Alicia Plummer. I'm calling out all media. I'm sick of y'all claiming the East with high crime. The New Orleans East is not a single subdivision. When you report crimes in this area, that's how you report, as if we were one subdivision. It is not. New Orleans East is a city within a city with over 40 subdivisions. When you report crimes in other areas, you list the subdivisions. For example, Upper or Lower Garden District, Lakeview, although you keep that on the down low to protect those areas. Bywater, the Marigny, Algiers, Central City, Holly Grove, Carrollton, Mid-City, Treme, and to tag the 9th Ward. Please check your ward boundaries because the 9th Ward is a big ward. New Orleans East is the largest dumping ground for vehicle thefts, vehicle burnings, for insurance claims and to hide evidence, and bodies from other surrounding areas and cities. New Orleans East gets the charges. New Orleans East and the NOPD 7th District has the largest geographical area, yet the least covered by law enforcement. We don't need the state troopers to just patrol the interstate and give out truckers and motorists tickets. Get off the highway and make a presence in the neighborhoods and on the commercial corridors like they did for the French Quarter. And oh my God, when they tag New Orleans East with crimes that happen in Gentilly along the Chef Corridor, that just drives me. Learn the areas, educate yourself, and give New Orleans East the same respect you give those favored areas. I'm just sick of it. Pearl Lewis. To the city and the media, this is an old tactic used to push people out of their homes the same way they did uptown. For those who remember, at one point, crime reported only happened uptown. When that scare tactics did not work, the pull to hustle and flow by raising property taxes so high, many simply could not afford to no longer live in their homes. That was paid off in many cases. So what does the blue-eyed devil do? Buy homes for 30 to 40% under the market value, redevelopment branded the area have high-end condos in the very spot affordable housing once stood, grocery stores furnished with fresh meat, and vegetables surrounded by every big box store at their fingertips. Please hear me when I say this New Orleans East is prime real estate. The first tactic they used was to flood the area, thinking many would not rebuild. When that did not work, they, meaning the city of New Orleans, decided not to invest in the community. However, they raised property taxes and refused to keep the grass cut and trash picked up on city-owned property. The city of New Orleans refused, and I do not use the word refuse lightly, to bring back business into New Orleans East outside of a Dollar General. The residents of New Orleans East must get to the point of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. There is no way you can grow your community when you have to take your money into other communities to eat and shop. It is time for the people of New Orleans East to take their city back. It is time for New Orleans East to become independent by becoming its own city with its own mayor, police force, city council, and budget. The time has come to be the change you want to see, period, and goodbye. Tracy Hart. My name is Tracy Hart, and I was raised and lived in New Orleans East for 25 years before relocating to Georgia. Although I no longer live in New Orleans East, it is still home to me and many of my loved ones. My purpose in writing to you is to discharge my duties as a citizen and call upon you to take the immediate action required of you regarding the unfairly reported crimes committed in New Orleans East. Let me be clear. I agree that crime should be reported. I disagree on how it's being reported in New Orleans East. New Orleans East is one of your biggest surrounding areas, which includes doctors, lawyers, teachers, nurses, good, hardworking people who are striving for the better good. However, when it's reported with malice, which is unacceptable and an absence of integrity and honor. Ayanna Thompson. Police need to be seen always. Stop just saying New Orleans East for crime. It's everywhere, but as a whole, it's not just the East area. Fran Baez. Dear council members, please vote for Resolution R2144, which encourages the news media to be specific when reporting incidents of crime around the city. When crime is rampant all over the city, New Orleans East tends to get an unfair share of negative publicity. As a property owner, I have lived in the East since 1983, and though it has changed over the years, I still love living here because I live in a clean, quiet neighborhood and I have wonderful neighbors. At this time, when crime is a big issue and safety is a major concern, we need all our news media, more now than ever, to be a partner by helping us instead of hurting us. Thank you. Those are all of the comments.
Thank you, Teresa. Just want to thank everybody for submitting their public comment and supporting Resolution 2144. So with that, Madam Clerk, it's been moved and second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay. And Madam Clerk, Council President stepped out and just asked me to help facilitate what was left of the meeting.
Okay, 5 yeas, no nays. The resolution is adopted. On the top of page 29, all matters. Resolution R2145 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
Resolution R2146 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
Council members, if y'all are, we only have 2 things left before we go to first readings. We have on page 10, the legislative group and zoning docket 8320. It's supposed to happen at 1 o'clock. That's 5 more minutes. And then we have the resolution with the appointment for the council seat. So do y'all want to do first readings or?
It is, Councilmember Jeruso, you want to wait till 1 o'clock, right? 4 minutes?
Yeah, I think we have established multifamily set at 1, so let's
Go
wait
ahead
till
and do
1.
first reads. We can knock that out real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion, do we have the motion to suspend the rules, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, we need to.
I'll move.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Jeruso, yay.
6
Ms.
yeas, no
Temple.
nays. Thank you. Okay, Tim. You gotta unmute yourself, Temple.
Okay, we only have 7, everybody. Okay, ordinance calendar number 33,228 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate funds for 3 grants towards providing services to individuals with disabilities during the COVID-19 pandemic, general response to the COVID-19 pandemic and future pandemics, and bioterrorism events, and improving outcomes for moms and babies by addressing the persistent inequities that contribute to health disparities among women of color and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,229 by Councilmember Brissette by request, and ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021 to appropriate funds for 3 grants towards providing services to individuals with disabilities during the COVID-19 pandemic, general response to the COVID-19 pandemic and future pandemics and bioterrorism events, and improving outcomes for moms and babies by addressing the persistent inequities that contribute to the health disparities among women of color and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,230 by Councilmember Banks, and ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwelling in a historic urban 2-family residential district and a historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district on square 329, lot 3 in the second municipal district, bounded by North Dergenwall Street, Bienville Avenue, Conti Street, and North Rushably Street. Municipal address is 322 through 324 North Dergenwall Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 8420. Ordinance calendar number 33,231 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into a second amendment to an existing cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana relative to facilitating renovations at LGS Playgrounds to update language and cooperative endeavor agreement to match current law and facility planning and control regulations as more fully detailed in the second amended cooperative endeavor agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,232 by Councilmember Brissette by request, and ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 1, 2, and 3 of Chapter 86 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to establishing the Human Rights Commissions, its membership powers, jurisdiction, and hearing and investigative procedures, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,233 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, and ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans relative to installation, operation, and maintenance of Bayou St. John Green Infrastructure Demonstration Project to enhance green infrastructure practices, to emphasize stormwater outreach and education, and to serve the citizens of New Orleans and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,234 by Council Members Banks and Nguyen. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 54-414 of Article 6, Chapter 54 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to revise the curfew laws for minors and otherwise to provide respect thereto. That completes all the ordinances on first reading.
Thank you, Ms. Temple. Appreciate it. And now we can handle Councilmember Jeruso's grouping.
It's on top of page 10. We have the legislative grouping, zoning docket 8320, City Council Motion M20-279, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to clarify and amend the definitions and uses of dwelling established multifamily and dwelling established 2-family, along with the following additional conditions. Number 1, distinguish these established uses from other non-conforming uses. Number 2, create factors and requirements for the reestablishment of established multifamily and 2-family dwellings. Number 3, determine if these established dwellings should be permitted by right in all residential zoning districts where multifamily use is currently prohibited or requires a conditional use. Number 4, recommend whether conditional uses, overlays, or other standards should govern the redevelopment of established dwellings within residential areas of the city near institutional uses such as universities to ensure that the encroachments of student housing into surrounding neighborhoods does not diminish affordable housing stock. The motion also requests a consideration of the following factors for the reestablishment of previous multifamily dwellings in single 2-family residential districts. Number 1, only properties with a documented legal history as a 2 or multifamily dwelling as verified by the Department of Safety and Permits, the qualifications of which shall be clarified and or defined shall be eligible. Number 2, the reestablishment by right shall be limited to structures containing no more than 4 units. Number 3, There shall be no increase of the footprint nor intensity of structures, any expansion of the use, such as the addition of bedroom via substantial renovation or increase to the total floor area, shall remain a conditional use. Number 4, if the history of the multifamily dwelling includes more than 4 units, a conditional use shall be required. Number 5, no additional conversions that would increase the number of dwelling units from that which historically existed shall be permitted. This is citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, and there is a motion. We have motion M2142 by Council Members Banks and Jeruso. A motion approving zoning docket 8320 as modified by the commission with the following additional amendments. In table 13-1 S-LRS1 zoning district, provide that 2-family established dwellings are both permitted and conditional in said zoning districts. Amend subpart 4 in section 20.3.w to read as follows. Number 4, the structure may not expand beyond the existing building footprint nor increase the total floor area unless approved via a conditional use process. Structures with a proposed increase in building footprint must comply with the yard requirements according to the standards applied to the authorized residential use, permitting the greatest number of dwelling units in its respective zoning district, i.e., established multifamily dwelling, shall be subject to 2-family dwelling yard requirements. And a new subpart 7 in section 20.3.w to read as follows. Number 7, the Department of Safety and Permits shall make public all determinations regarding established multifamily and 2-family dwellings within 5 days of the final determination. That is the motion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, council member. The zoning docket 8320 is a request to modify the regulations of established multifamily residential dwellings. The CZO comprehensive zoning ordinance defines established multifamily dwelling as a residence with a history of multifamily use, which is authorized to operate as multifamily residence. Across the city's zoning districts, this use generally requires conditional use approval. This text amendment considered the factors that would allow an established multifamily structure to operate by right. There is a documented pattern of small multifamily structures across the city based on New Orleans zoning history. Many of these structures continue to provide important rental housing to New Orleanians today. Many established dwellings have not maintained legal non-conforming use, were vacated following Hurricane Katrina. As a result, many non-conforming dwellings across the city remain damaged and deteriorating. Staff has found some established multifamily structures that have gone through the conditional use process were at one time foreclosed or sat vacant during a succession process, which resulted in the loss of their legal non-conforming status. New Orleans is in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. Housing is urgently needed in New Orleans, especially the type of affordable rental housing many established multifamily structures can provide. The gulf between what a typical New Orleanian can afford and available housing stock has widened dramatically in recent years. In 2019, 34% of New Orleans renters spent more than half of their income on housing costs, and the median value of a single-family home has nearly doubled since 2000. As labor shortages and significant increases in the cost of development make it increasingly challenged to build new affordable rental housing, it has become more important that the city make its best effort to maintain existing housing opportunities. In the last 5 years, only 2 conditional use applications for established multifamily have not been approved by the council. In both cases, the structure had a legal history of more than 5 dwelling units. The conditional use process is a lengthy discretionary process intended to be reserved for potentially impactful developments that are clearly incompatible with the surrounding area. This does not describe the hundreds of doubles, fourplexes, and triplexes which have been able to continue to operate as legal non-conforming uses across the city currently. Additionally, the unanimously positive case history for structures of this type indicates that the conditional use process is an unnecessary use of CP staff and applicants' time. Therefore, CPC recommends that established multifamily structures with a legal documented history of 4 or fewer units shall be permitted across zoning districts. CPC also recommends that there should still be an opportunity for larger established multifamily structures to be put back into use, given A, the need for additional housing, affordable housing opportunity in the city, and B, the impracticability of reducing the existing density of larger multifamily structures to a single or a double. In the single and two-family districts, it is reasonable for multifamily structures providing 5 or more units to continue to be considered through the conditional use process. However, in other districts, such as the MS Medical Service District and HUB1 Neighborhood Business District, which are intended to accommodate higher intensity uses, the CPC recommends established multifamily with 5 or more units be permitted. The CPC recommendation includes that the units within an established multifamily residence must still exist in order to qualify. So it can't be based on only a history of use at the site. The CPC also recommends allowing the expansion of the dwelling unit's floor area with no increase in the number of units in order to allow more modern amenities such as additional bathrooms, larger kitchens, and laundry rooms. The CPC recommends modified approval.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Banks has been working a great deal on this. Do you want to go first, Councilmember? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you, Joseph. I'd like to move for adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
I know that we've got public comments, so if we could get those public comments, and then I'll make comments after.
Councilmember, the first comment is from Elizabeth Wittenberg. In the midst of a pandemic, the residents of New Orleans are facing the financial burden of this city. We support this zoning docket as a way to expand housing in this city. Once again, we encourage you to explore affordable housing opportunities by moving to establish and expand fourplexes in New Orleans. Allowing historic fourplexes to be restored is a simple and critical tool to allow displaced residents to return to their neighborhoods. It is also crucial to undoing the racist foundation our current housing system is based. We encourage public officials to hashtag put housing first by seeking ways to create and sustain affordable housing. John Sullivan. The Planning Commission has approached this issue with much deliberation and thoughtfulness, and as such, we ask the Council to approve their recommendations. Although called, quote, non-conforming, these homes have been conformed to their neighborhoods for decades. These are homes that have fit perfectly into the fabric of their surroundings and are part of the historical neighborhood character of New Orleans. They are technically, quote, non-conforming only because of the unnecessary downzoning the Commission and Council have engaged in through the years. This is a great opportunity to make a simple regulatory change that will allow more homes to come online. We ask that you approve the motion. Thank you. Asali Divan Eklaster. No, I butchered that name and I apologize. In the midst of a pandemic of the residents of New Orleans, you know, that is the exact same comment that Elizabeth Wittenberg submitted. Patrick Dorio. As an architect and housing advocate, I fully support this text amendment. Our collective fight for affordable housing requires that we use every tool in our tool shed to give our residents a chance to find decent housing without cost burden. While this amendment does not necessarily guarantee that these units will be affordable, it is one more chance at producing a new stock of naturally affordable housing. I would hope that everyone commenting today takes a look at the full 120-page document put together by CPC in favor of this text amendment. There are many staggering statistics, including the fact that our city has lost 21% of these small multifamily houses since 2000. As a citizen of a city that prides itself on architectural preservation, we should extend the same sense of duty to our housing stock. Further, for all those who oppose this measure based on parking, I say that a better way to channel that energy would be to focus on making transit more equitable and less car dependent throughout our city. Denying housing on those grounds is unproductive and inhumane. We should focus on housing living, breathing people in homes and apartments first, and making parking inanimate cars a secondary concern. Thank you. Emily Rhodes. In the midst of a pandemic, this is also a same form comment of the put housing first. Maggie Mahoney. I urge you to vote yes. This is an opportunity to support the expansion of affordable housing through historic fourplexes that already exists and should not be sitting vacant. Isabella Fine also submitted the form comment. Chulin Lee Leonard. I want to thank Councilman Joe Giarrusso and his staff for having worked diligently on the established multifamily dwelling amendment issue. I appreciate his listening to his constituents, including the residents in the Uptown neighborhood, about the rapid historic housing conversions into mini student dorms by excessively greedy developers. I am relieved that the City Council was able to come up with a compromise instead of adopting all of the City Planning Commission's one-size-fits-all recommendations, which completely ignored the market dynamics in different neighborhoods with reckless disregard for the welfare of the residents. Councilman Giarrusso's leadership on this issue will benefit not only the affected neighborhoods, but also the City of New Orleans and future generations of New Orleanians. New Orleans would not be the city it is without strong and vibrant neighborhoods. Even with the compromise, certain neighborhoods are still at risk of becoming victims of excessive development because of the strong demand for housing and the potential to make big profit by increasing the number of bedrooms. I urge the City Council to work together to come up with a sensible and reality-based solution to prevent those neighborhoods from becoming irreversibly destroyed because of excessive greed. Thank you. Andronica Morris. On behalf of the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, I urge the approval of this zoning docket. We urge the council to take every opportunity to hashtag put housing first, especially when we are restoring housing opportunities to neighborhoods that have transit, employment, and educational options. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating impact on this community in a myriad of ways and has worsened a housing affordability crisis that had almost half of New Orleans struggling every month. Hundreds of renters have the assistance necessary to actually pay rent, and they can't find housing despite a high vacancy rate prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. These systemic issues are rooted in racism, sexism, and bigotry, and will require large-scale change, but will also be addressed with the kind of common sense changes to the CZO in this zoning docket. These kinds of changes will move New Orleans back on its path to ending housing insecurity and delivering on the commitment made during the historic housing NOLA process. Maxwell Seduro, and he notes that he is a paid representative. The Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center appreciates all the work that has gone into this ordinance, and we are hopeful that with this vote, the council will begin to move away from our history of exclusionary zoning policies and start down a new path. We should be clear that single-family zoning was designed as a racist end around the 1917 Supreme Court decision that struck down zoning explicitly by race. It delivered the same results, but was upheld because it didn't say the racist part out loud. New Orleans has its own unconstitutional racist zoning law, struck down in 1927. However, we have continued with zoning practices that generally have the same result. Our city is intensely segregated, now even more than we were before Katrina. While we support this ordinance, we are deeply opposed to the amendment that accepts the vast majority of Lakeview. Lakeview was not always single-family zoned. In fact, before Katrina, doubles were permitted and were not unusual in the neighborhood. That change in 2007, and by 2013, the Fair Housing Action Center represented a number of clients who were delayed by the Road Home program in bringing their doubles back online, and then were denied permits by the city because of downzoning. There are now plenty of other parts of the city that are singularly single-family zoned, like most of Gentilly and New Orleans East, but they are not accepted here. Regardless of the number of properties at hand, we believe this sends a very disturbing message, both about what types of neighborhoods our city prioritizes, as well as that we are still capitulating to an idea, born out of segregation, that doubles and fourplexes somehow degrade a neighborhood. We call on the council to repudiate this outdated notion and support the CPC staff recommendations so that we can create the foundation for neighborhoods that are open to all. Those are all of the comments on this item.
Joe, you want to go or me?
You go first, council member.
Thank you. Obviously, I am very much so in support of and appreciative of this. I don't think there's been a meeting yet where at some point I haven't talked about the need for affordable housing and addressing the needs of our citizens to be able to live in this city. This helps us to get to that end. Now, By no means do I want to infer that this is perfect. Obviously, it has some challenges the way that it's written. I agree with that. But I do not want to sacrifice good in the quest of great. Now, if we had a way to make everything be perfect, I would have gotten to that. Unfortunately, we couldn't. This is not the end, but this is another step in the direction of making sure that we have fairness, equity, and accessibility throughout this city. This city is for all of us. And when people make comments about vibrant, strong neighborhoods, what make those neighborhoods vibrant and strong are the people in them. And the people in them ought to be able to stay there. And there is an inordinate amount of pressure on a tremendous amount of our residents to be able to stay here. Putting these houses back into commerce, into what they were, will help us with our affordable housing issue. It is a severe shortage. Now, there may be some that want to deny that it exists, but trust me, it really does. And anything that we can do to get more housing stock into commerce where working families that make this economy move to be able to live here is a good thing. So with that, I'm excited about this. I'm looking forward to this being just one more step. Again, not ready to spike the ball yet, but at least we're moving the ball down the field. So I'm happy that this is where it is today, and I ask each of you to join with me in supporting it. Councilman Giarrusso.
Well, first, I want to start off by thanking you and your staff who've worked on this for such a long time. And you alluded to the fact that this is a result of all of us working together to get to this finished product. I differ from maybe some of my colleagues in the respect that I worry about giving up conditional use power because I feel as though so many zoning issues ultimately land at our door. If some zoning decision is made, whether it's by the BZA or by another department, that ultimately we have to live with the consequences, even if we don't control what happened. But as Paul Kramer said at the beginning, that should not be what drives this decision. So many of these are being done pro forma. And so we ought to be looking at what is the best policy and to make things easier, better, and faster for people where it is appropriate. And to that end, we supported making sure the fees were lower on conditional use for established multifamily. So people not only have better access to make sure that this process still continues down that path. Also, for people who are concerned, if the footprint were to expand, that is moving the house on a greater length, then also that you'd have to go through a conditional use process. So that won't change. And then finally, I know Ashley Becknell is on the line. One of the other concerns is that there will now be notice publicly, although changed, right, Ashley, that now as we're getting Notice Me up and running, that rather than saying non-conforming use, it will be designated as established multifamily. And you can get that information if you are signed into Notice Me and get those updates on a regular basis. Is that right?
That's correct. The determinations now are categorized as non-conforming use determinations and go out through Notice Me that way. They will continue to do so until the changes to Notice Me are complete, which we expect within a month or two. And at that point, we're going to work with our tech team to make sure that they not only continue to go out, but go out in a clearer way than being lumped in with the non-conforming use determinations.
Yeah, we really appreciate that, not only in terms of what we've added, but also the work of safety and permits and the administration to help make this more transparent for everybody. With that, I'm done. If anybody else has any other comments they'd like to add. Councilmember Palmer.
Yes, hey, thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for doing this. I do want to reiterate the importance of this. I obviously echo what Councilmember Banks said, and I absolutely appreciate Councilmember Giarrusso's sensitivity to the issues around the university. But you know, the reality is if we're going to get a handle on affordable housing and on housing that's too expensive, it's all about putting more units into the pipeline, regardless of what amount they are. And I think this is something that will definitely help with that. And I think the only other point I really want to add to that is especially a time post-COVID when we really need to allow folks to have the ability to stay in their homes. This could be a viable way for people to rent out part of their homes and afford their note. And we're seeing a lot of flux throughout the city of people not doing that. Right now, as we all know, city of New Orleans, 1 in 10 mortgages, they're saying, are a month behind. And that does not bode well. And if there's an opportunity or an option to have a rental unit in your home, I think people should really take advantage of that. And that could also add to greater economic security. So again, I just want to thank y'all, and I'm absolutely in full support of this.
Are there any other comments from our colleagues? And if not, Madam Clerk, if you would roll call, please.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 28. Motion M 2140 by Council Members Moreno, Jeruso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, Brissette, and Wynn. A motion to select and appoint Donna Glapion to fill the vacancy in the Council Member at Large Division 2 office.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We on this council have been given the task to replace our colleague Jason Williams, who has now been elected as our district attorney. In doing so, we asked anyone who was interested in the interim counsel position to apply and send the council their resume. We received 55 applications with just really outstanding candidates from all parts of the city with different backgrounds, professional experience, and work in the community. As I reviewed the resumes submitted, I thought about what is necessary in an interim council member for the at-large position. I can't speak for the other council members, but I looked for someone who was very in tune with the needs of the people in this city, and I mean citywide. Being a council member requires constant engagement with the public and being hands-on to work on problems and issues directly with the people. I wanted someone who understands that and is comfortable with the difficulty of that work. This job comes with much responsibility, and therefore much is expected of us. The pressure in this role has been tremendous, particularly over the past year. The person who will become the interim must be able to handle not only this pressure, but the scrutiny that comes with this appointment. I also wanted someone who had a significant record of community involvement and an overall commitment to service. There were two candidates who made it on the agenda today, Donna Glapion and Carrie Grant. Ms. Glapion has been a community leader and businesswoman for many years, working in the nonprofit, private, and public sectors. She has even worked in this building, City Hall, before. Her very first job was as an administrative aide for at-large council member Dorothy May Taylor in the early 90s. And as we all know, Taylor has been the only African-American woman to have ever held the at-large seat. Well, maybe until now. Ms. Glapion is a graduate of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. I want to mention Mr. Cary Grant, too. He has been a long-time, well-respected member of our City Hall family. He's worked for numerous administrations as a budget and finance expert. He just recently retired after 35 years, and we certainly have missed his expertise. Mr. Grant is a graduate of Xavier University. But as we learned this morning, Mr. Grant has withdrawn his application. So the motion to consider today is that of Donna Glapion. And I have to say that I believe Ms. Glapion has met all of the criteria of which I just spoke about. Her overall commitment to the community, understanding the responsibility of this job and the pressure and scrutiny that comes with it. So really, it is my honor to today have the motion signed by all the other council members as well to appoint Donna Glapion to fill the vacancy in the council member at large Division 2 office. I'm happy to turn it over to any of my colleagues who'd like to make comments or to have public comment. Councilmember Wynn.
Yes, I'd like to second your motion, Council President, and just to add to your comment about Donna Glapion, I echo that 100%, and I'm excited to work with Donna. And the best part about it is that she's from the District E, where family always comes first. And it's really exciting to have a co-partner that has that same focus that we've been doing for the past 3 years. So thank you very much for the support. But I also want to extend an appreciation to all of the candidates that apply. And as you stated, I mean, I review all of the resume as well. Very impressive, but at the end of the day, we just have one seat, and there's a lot of obligation. And if we have 54 seats our job will be done, right? Because we'll be able to fill it all. But I recognize that it's only one seat, but, I've already texted Donna about our food drive for tomorrow, so she could actually start working tomorrow. So, but Donna, welcome to the team, and I look forward to working with you to better serve not just District E residents, but the entire city of New Orleans.
Any other comments from the council members? Councilmember Brossette, followed by Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too want to extend congratulations to our new member to be, as soon as, of course, she's sworn in. We are all looking forward to that. Donna Glapion, she has a servant's heart. She will work well with all of us, and of course, the public, which her record, her resume is extensive, working in the education system, which of course doesn't come too far from, as we all know, in the family tree, her mother, Ms. Gail Glapion, who presided over our school system on the school board, Ms. Gail Glapion, and Donna has, in everything she's done, she's always given her best, and I know she will embrace this role in the citizens of New Orleans with all, give it all our might. She loves this city, and I believe we've done a great job in this appointment, in the selection of Ms. Donna Glapion to be the council member at large to serve the remainder of the term, and look forward to working with her and doing the people's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brossette. Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you so much. I just want to, I also want to echo Councilmember Nguyen and thank all of the candidates that put themselves forward. It is definitely a difficult thing to put yourself forward, especially so publicly. And I do sincerely appreciate that. I think it makes any type of process better if it's open and transparent. I would like to thank Ms. Glapion. You know, one thing that has struck me is her work with children and with families. And I think in this post-COVID world, that will be very needed. And so I will obviously support you if you want to go volunteer with Councilmember Nguyen tomorrow at her food pantry. I'll get you next Friday at mine. And just a small note of caution: these council meetings are not normally this short, so so don't get your hopes up too high. And I also look forward to working with you. I had the pleasure, and I spoke with you on the phone about this. You know, my first term working, we had 5 different councils, and due to just different turnovers through the process, and it has been, and it can be done very well. And I've had the pleasure of working with different interim positions, and I look forward to being a partner with you and making sure that we continue the work of this council. So thank you so much for putting yourself out there.
Councilmember Banks.
Thank you. Let me first of all start by saying this was a difficult choice and an easy choice. I had the opportunity to speak with almost all of the 54 applicants. There were some that I'd reached out to that I wasn't able to get, but I had the pleasure of speaking with most of them. And that's what made this choice difficult, because we had so many people who offered themselves for service, who had exemplary qualifications and who would have been marvelous on this council. But as Cindy stated, there's only one seat. Now, the fact that it made it easy is because I happen to know Donna and know that she will be a very, very, very large asset to not only us as a council, but to the citizens of this city. And it's the kind of thing where we couldn't lose. The final 2 candidates were both spectacular. Cary Grant is the kind of man who there is nothing ill you can say about him. He would have been phenomenal. I've known Cary longer than I've known Donna. So I had a high comfort level with both of them. And I look forward to working with Carrie in his private capacity, and look forward to working with Donna in her public capacity, because I think that we've got a lot of work to do, and I know that that the skill set that she brings will enable us to do that. So with that, I am going to vote yes, and look forward to your successful tenure here on the City Council. And don't get it twisted. Cindy invited you first. Kristen invited you second. Well, we have food pantries also, and I am always looking for volunteer labor. So suit up, strap up, and come on out here with us to help us do what we do. So with that, welcome. Councilman Giarrusso.
Thank you. I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record because I think everybody's touched on all the themes, which is we had a number of really great people, qualified people who applied for this job. And, want to thank everybody who put themselves forward for service, because this job is about serving first and foremost. And, to the people who got to the late stage, what wonderful candidates they are, and how grateful we are. Particularly for somebody like Carrie, who's provided such good counsel to the mayor and to the administration in the past, and also to the council, somebody we relied on tremendously. But I'm also looking forward to working with Donna. I think all my colleagues know that as much as we may disagree sometimes or not see eye to eye on everything policy-wise, having somebody that you can work with in collegiality is incredibly important, and we look forward to that. We welcome you to the council, and Donna, it kind of sounds like we're all fighting about which district you're going to go first and what jobs we have lined up for you already. So I promise you, as you make the tour throughout, we can find some stuff in District A very easily for you to sink your teeth into as well. So we look forward to joining you and welcoming you.
Councilmember Brossette, you want to invite her over to the D too?
She always welcome. I think her schedule is going to be pretty tight. We'll find something.
There you go. There you go.
Madam President, indulge me just for a second, and I apologize. I didn't have this when I started speaking, but I'm going to be first because we have a COVID prevention tomorrow with the mask giveaway. So Ms. Glapion, I will be forwarding this information so you can hit the ground running with us tomorrow, midday. Thank you.
All right.
That might disrupt her swearing in, Jay.
Well, she can be sworn in while she's passing out masks.
There you go. There you go. All right. Do we have any public comment, Ms. Beecher?
No, Councilmember.
All right. Thank you. So I will make a motion on this appointment of Donna Glapion to fill the vacancy in the Councilmember at Large Division 2 office. Can I get and Councilmember Nguyen seconded it already. So Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer?
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Giarrusso?
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion has been adopted.
Wonderful. And I do want to say that I believe that Ms. Glapion is on, and if she wanted to say a couple of quick words, I told her that I would give her the opportunity. Good afternoon, Ms. Glapion. Great to see you. Congratulations.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. And I'm available for A, B, C, D, and E. I'm going to add all of that to my calendar. Just want to say thank you to you all. I'd like to thank each and every one of you on the New Orleans City Council. This is an opportunity to serve the citizens of New Orleans. I'm humbled by your and I pledge to be a good steward of your confidence in me. We know there's myriad challenges to be faced, but I assure you that you all and the people of New Orleans that I'm dedicated and prepared for the work of this team. My preparation began more than 25 years ago in the office of the Honorable Dorothy May Taylor, the first African-American woman elected to the office of Councilperson at Large for the city of New Orleans. And until today, she's the only to ever serve in that capacity. So by no means am I comparing myself to that giant that is Dorothy May Taylor, nor any of the other incredible mentors and heroes and community leaders that have helped to develop in me a spirit of community and a determined work ethic over the last 30 years. But I will say that at their example, I've spent that time in dedicated service across this community. My past work, I've managed people, information, resources, and funds in private, corporate, and academic settings, along with my most recent work in direct service to children and families here in New Orleans and across the state with No Kid Hungry Louisiana. And all of that has prepared me for both the legislative and the constituent focuses of this work. I'd like to thank my mother, Gail M. Glapion, and my late father, John M. Glapion, for always being shining examples to me of what it means to live a life purposed in service. So just like each of you, I have a commitment to our citizens, and I want to see our city grow and prosper. I will be steadfast in my commitment to work hard while in this interim position. And when it ends, I will not seek election to District E, but I will gladly return to life as a private citizen. I pledge to all of the citizens of New Orleans to always be open and responsive. And to you, again, the remarkable council, J.H. Banks, Jared C. Brasset, Joseph Jeruso III, Kristen Gilselson. Tell me how to say that, Kristen.
Gislason.
Gislason.
That's quite all right. It happens
I promise
every day.
you, I won't mispronounce it again. Miss Cindy Nguyen in my district and council president Helena Moreno, thank you for your continued and tireless efforts to move New Orleans forward. Last but not least, to Mayor LaToya Cantrell, thank you, Madam Mayor, for your leadership. I look forward to working with you all, and I thank you sincerely for this opportunity to serve.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Glapion. We're so excited to have you. We'll get you sworn in ASAP in the next, hopefully, 24 hours or so, and we'll get you right to work. So thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you all.
Okay. So Councilmember Brasset, you've been alerted that there's a budget instrument that needs to be put on first read because it's potentially state money coming to the city. Can you explain a little bit more on why we may need to go to recess instead of adjournment?
The administration is telling me it's state rental assistance program funds for rental assistance, and get it to the clerk as soon as possible. I'm trying to get a read on the timing. Clerk, you have any intel downstairs as to that particular ordinance?
No, sir, I don't.
Councilman Brissett, I got a text to them for if we could give them another 10, no more than 15 minutes to get it done. I think this will be something that that'll be of some benefit to our citizens. And if we could recess for a maximum of 15 minutes, they are assuring me that they will have it here before then.
Councilmember Banks, let's recess until 2 o'clock. We'll give them 19 minutes. How about that? We'll come back at 2. Okay, we'll be back at 2.
Any word yet, Ms. Laura?
Okay, no, sir, we still haven't received anything.
All righty, we're gonna make this call because it said 2 o'clock. It's after 2. Stand by.
All right.
Colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes.
They said another 3 minutes a few minutes ago. They were waiting on the ordinance from finance.
Whose name is on the ordinance? Who's got it? Anybody know?
I would imagine it's me, budget related.
Okay. Well, Mr. Budget Chair, I'll leave it to you on what you want to do. I just don't know enough about the ordinance, and I certainly don't want to, not get any cash coming into the city immediately, but these things need to be coming to us more expeditiously.
I would agree wholeheartedly
Mr. Budget Chair,
with that sentiment.
I agree that this should have been done obviously prior to now, but being of what it is, it's going to be money for rental assistance that I am hoping is going to be designated for landlords, because I know landlords have a tremendous amount of pressure. They've got taxes due, they've got maintenance, they've got insurance. I haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm hopeful that a portion of it is being dedicated specifically to the landlords, which benefits the renters because it keeps them in the house. But independent of that, if we, we've been here, if we could give them just a few more minutes to get this, I would appreciate it, but I understand. I mean, this should have been done before now.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I mean, if we can get, we've been told, 10, then 20 minutes and a few more minutes. I mean, if it's going to be, look, I think this ordinance is important. So if it's going to be another hour, I just want to, know that it's another hour so I can run upstairs real quick and I'll recess for them for an hour. So if somebody could just give me, if Councilmember Brossette, if you could keep communicating with them and just, because it's been way more than 3 minutes and way more than 15 and that kind of thing. So I just need some more specifics so that we're not just sitting here just waiting.
Well, Councilmember, can I just make that suggestion that we do that now? Because as you pointed out, none of us has read it yet. And so not that it's going to take that long, but we've moved it. We all need to review it. We need to take a look at it. Do we want to just do that and come back in 45 minutes or at 3 o'clock?
Well, it's on first read though. So it's just on first read. That's all we're doing. So, let's just wait to see what Councilmember Brossette gets from them. He's getting on the phone with them right now. And then we will make that determination on how long we're going to recess to accept the instrument. Okay.
Council members, I've just received the ordinance. It's 2 ordinances.
Council members, yeah. The ordinances have been received. They appropriate federal monies from the Office of Community Development with the U.S. Department of Treasury in the amount of 11.6 million. It's COVID relief money for the purposes of both landlords and tenants, giving priority to applicants with household incomes below 50% of AMI, or with household members who are unemployed at time of applications. Funds may be used to pay up to 12 months in back due rent. And both landlords and tenants may apply for assistance. And this is a, like I said, Office of Community Development with the Department of Treasury, United States Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
So do we need to suspend and introduce it, Madam Chair, or what do we do at this point?
Yeah. Madam Clerk, we suspend the rules now to add it to first read again. You're on
You're
mute.
muted, Laura.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So yes, Councilmember Banks, will you make the motion to suspend the
So
rules?
moved that we suspend and introduce this.
Seconded by Councilmember Brossette. Madam Clerk?
Okay, I'm gonna read this one. It's 2 of them. It's ordinance calendar number 33,237, which is the one that I have right now. The other one is printing by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,551 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021, to appropriate funds from the U.S. Department of Treasury to the Office of Community Development towards their emergency rental assistance program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And then I have ordinance calendar number 33,236 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,550 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2021, to appropriate funds from the U.S. Department of Treasury to the Office of Community Development towards their emergency rental assistance program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Those are all the ordinances on first reading.
All right, Madam Clerk, we never took the vote on the suspension, so just all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no nays, it was unanimous. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading those in. Councilmember Brossette, do you want to refer those to budget?
Budget Committee, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that.
Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Councilmember Brossette. Appreciate you keeping tabs on that. All right, so that's it. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Okay, I think that was like by all of you all, but I think that Councilmember Banks got it first. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brossette?
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer?
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the meeting has been adjourned.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Everybody, take care.
Everybody wear a mask and social distance.
Bye, Miss Laura.
Bye. Have a great weekend.
You too. Say goodbye, Miss Temple, and everybody for me.
I will.